you were able to kind of throw more illumination on the three parts: the input to the system, component of the system, and output of the system, which through my own learning can lead to the kind of production of valuable products.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Rocco Christian from Kenechukwu Microfinance Bank, Enugu State.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yesterday, I was able to go home with a central element of the service value system, which you mentioned: planning, improve, engage, design and transition. Also, you mentioned obtain and build, deliver and support, and agile items.
Thank you.
So basically, I was so much happy with the word engage, which you say that the purpose is to provide a good understanding of a stakeholder's needs, which includes transparency and continual engagement and good relationship with all stakeholders.
Thank you. Nice one. So last person.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwatoyin Ayeni from Daylight Microfinance Bank.
Wow.
Yesterday, I'm able to learn about service value system, the input, the components, the output, then the challenges of ITIL, which is silos, the disadvantages of it, why we shouldn't engage it in an organization, then the organizational agility and resilience.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you so much. Nice one. At least the most important thing, as somebody is speaking something from the class, in as much as we are delivering this course within the shortest possible time, but we also want to make sure that value is delivered at the end of the day, because value is at the center of what IT stands for, and value is at the center of what FirstCentral stands for. Value is at the center of what MAP Technology stands for. So that's why in all what we focus on is making sure that you get value. For every minute you spend here should actually contribute to your recreation of your culture within the organization. So that's what we're trying to build within this particular 3 days. So at the end of the day, that when you remember 20th anniversary of FirstCentral, you remember that maybe that's when the journey of your transformation starts, especially with respect to the culture of your organization. That is what we are preaching here. And we have to move on today to look at the completion of the guiding principles we started with yesterday. Now, yesterday, we were able to look at the guiding principles. We're able to, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we started yesterday by looking at the guiding principles, and we said guiding principles are recommendations that guides organization in all circumstances, regardless of the strategy of the organization, the communication system, the structure, the nature, the sector they belong, the size. Then it is enduring, is something that it works in every part of the country, every part of the nation, every part of the world. It works everywhere. It doesn't depend on whether you are a big or small organization. And we also emphasize that, yes, the guiding principle is normally adopted as a unit. You don't say, let me adopt 2 and 3. I love 4 and 5. I like 6 and 7. No, you adopt them as a whole, as a unit, as a utility. Then you apply them when it makes sense. Each of the guiding principles is applicable depending on the condition you find yourself. If, for instance, I'm starting to create a new service, the first thing I want to ask myself is, who is the consumer of the service? So focus on value. How do they want to use the service? What they want to do with the service I am providing? What is the impact of cost in this particular service? So based on that, we should focus on value in every aspect of our service delivery, from beginning through the continual improvement till the end of the service delivery. We must focus on value. Whether we are making incremental changes, we must focus on value. Then we also look at the second guiding principle, we state clearly that start where you are. Start where you are is telling us do not discard what you meet on ground. Maybe as a leader, if you have just assumed a new position as a supervisor, as a departmental head, as a unit head, or as the MD of an organization. Now, it is possible that the event that brought you to this position might mean that, oh, the next person that left there in an acrimonious manner. And maybe you didn't like it. So you say, okay, for that reason, all the people that was supporting that person when he was on seat, I don't want to work with them again. I discard them. We are saying no. That's not really healthy for the continuity or sustainability of our system, of our organizations. Based on that, we're saying no. Observe people actively direct to know those you can still work with in that role, in that department, in that unit, in that country, in that governance, wherever you find yourself. You must find a way of working with the existing system. Look at what is valuable you can leverage on there, leverage on it. And then what you cannot make use of there, you can discard them. We are not after we are not against discarding something, but make sure you are not discarding experience, which you will need in the future. And we also emphasize that based on that guiding principle, that one of the most critical things there is measurement. But rather, the measurement is used to support what has been observed actively, meaning that observation still remains the key thing in that guiding principle. So we move on to the next one, which talks about progress iteratively with feedback. And we make it clear that you don't need to start the whole of your work. You don't need to wait until everything is complete before you start the journey of your improvement. Now, if you have an idea of what you want to do, do not wait until there's a perfect time to start. Start somewhere, then you continue to increase, to improve by picking feedback from here and there, from the people you are providing service to, from your partners, from your suppliers, from other people that are other stakeholders or interested parties involved in that service delivery. Pick information from them, impute them into your iteration. Then in the next iteration you are releasing, you release a better service. Of course, that guarantees a quality service delivery. Then we move on to the fourth guiding principle, which is collaborate and promote visibility. We are able to establish that, yes, collaboration is the key, is the ultimate factor in any framework you want to adopt, any standard, any body of knowledge you want to use today. If there is no collaboration among the team, you cannot achieve the aim of your team or organization. So collaboration helps us to guarantee the achievement of the shared objective of the organization. So collaboration is quite different from cooperation. Cooperation is easy to maintain, but collaboration is more beneficial to us as an organization. In most cases, also, we also encourage cooperation to achieve collaboration. So if you can cooperate with a department from another department, business can collaborate with operations, with the development teams, and with audit team and other teams, we can actually achieve the shared objective of the organization. Yes, I intentionally mentioned audit because a lot of people believe auditors are not friends of the organization, but that's not true. Auditors focus mainly in achieving the objective of the organization, and they are the checkers of what you are doing. So when an auditor knows what they're doing, auditor focus in what is called effectiveness of the service you are delivering. So they are the one to check. If not, if there's no monitoring in place, people might think that they are making progress, while in actual sense, they are not really making progress. So that's why we said all the teams within the organization work together in collaboration to achieve the objective, the goal, the purpose, the vision, the mission of that organization. So that's what we're talking about. So coming to the fifth one, which is where we stopped yesterday. Now we talk about think and work holistically. Of course, think and work holistically is the only guiding principle that considers all the dimensions of your service management. It considers all aspects of your service delivery. Before you decide to embark on the journey of delivering that service, we want to make sure that you have the right skill set. We want to make sure that the policy or direction supports you to do what you are going to do. We want to make sure that we have the right partners and suppliers in place. We want to make sure that we have the right tools and technology to deliver the job. Surround the delivery of the service. It's also we are able to manage or leverage whatever environment we have in order to deliver the acceptable service to our stakeholders. So we are saying in think and work holistically, no department, no service, no practice, no process, no supplier stands alone. Now, meaning that the output that an organization delivers to itself as a provider of a service, or to the customers or the consumers of the service, and to the other stakeholders involved in the chain of service delivery and consumption, will suffer unless it worked in an integrated way to handle the activities as a unit, as a whole, rather than as separate parts. So all the organizational activities should be focused on the delivery of value for the provider, value for the consumer, value for other stakeholders involved. So services are delivered to both your internal and external service consumers through the appropriate coordination and integration of the dimensions of your service management, which we refer to as the resources of the organization. Of course, taking a holistic approach or view to service management includes establishing an understanding of how all the parts of an organization should work together in an integrated, flexible, coordinated manner. And that's what service value system is talking about. It requires an end-to-end visibility of the demand that is captured from the consumers or from the users, and translating that into the intended outcome that the consumer wants to get by consuming the service you are providing. So in a complex system, the alteration of one of the elements of the service value system will definitely have an impact on other elements or other components of the service system. Where this kind of alteration or change happen, the risk has to be assessed. So we have to look at, where possible, what will be the impact that needs to be identified, analyzed, and planned. What will be the impact of the changes that happen? If, for instance, you are changing a partner, you are dropping a vendor and pick another vendor, what is the impact? When you say, oh, I want to drop a FirstCentral to pick another credit bureau, have you checked the impact that will have on your business before you stabilize again? So based on that, we are saying, no, first and foremost, can you build a strategic partnership with these people in such a way that your risk as a consumer of a service is being shared by the provider of a service, where both the intentions of the provider and the consumer fuses together in chasing one dream, one goal, one mission. And that's what we want to have in the age and season we are in the dynamic environment we find ourselves with, constantly changing systems and technology. We must make sure that the provider understands our need, and we also understand the need of our provider by making sure that as the provider is helping us to meet our need, we are also helping providers to meet their own need. At the end of the day, both provider and the consumer is actually moving in an upward trajectory, by making sure that the value is delivered for each of the stakeholders involved. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so that is why when we mean that, oh, if I have borrowed fund from a financial institution and choose not to pay as at when due, I am only wishing the financial institution to close down. But if I borrow a fund, I'm able to pay back as at when due, I'm encouraging that financial institution to expand more so that I can borrow more tomorrow from that same organization. So that should be the selling point you also let your customers know. Again, if I'm conducting a credit search on a bureau, I am not making my payment as at when due. I am limiting their operational capability. And of course, that has a negative impact on their daily operation as well. Or if I am consuming volumes and I'm not ready to increase on the amount I am paying, I'm also limiting them. So based on that, we have to look at how do we balance the approach such that all the stakeholders involved, the partners, the providers, the consumers, and the customers of the consumers are benefiting from the service that we are providing. All right. Now, how do you apply this principle of think and work holistically? Like I mentioned yesterday, yes, for those that may intend to write the examination, one of the examination you can see, they can ask you which of the guiding principles considers all the dimensions of service management is think and work holistically. So how do you apply this guiding principle? Now, recognize the complexity of the system you are in. Even when CBN is coming to conduct an audit, the level of audit conducted in a microfinance bank differs from the level of audit conducted in a commercial bank. That's the truth of the matter. Now, what do we mean by that? It is possible there are some roles that CBN might allow us to combine in a commercial microfinance bank. Yes, but when it comes to central bank auditing a commercial bank, say no, such a role cannot be combined in an organization. They have to be separated. So based on that, we need to understand the complexity of each system you involve. Whether you are involved in a finance house, or you are involved in a microfinance bank, you are involved in a mortgage house, or you are involved in a commercial bank, you must look at the complexity of your environment such that decisions you are making, you don't use decision that is made for a small or simple system to be applied in a complex system. So that's why we say different levels of complexity require different heuristic. Heuristic means you are applying your knowledge you have gathered, experience you have gathered over the years in solving a problem. So where your processes you have created is not sufficient for you to solve that particular problem, experience may come to play. We do that a lot when we come to problem management. By the time we get to problem management today, I can talk more on that. So there's cases where we say you must follow processes, but in problem management, you are expected to understand all the possibilities that can lead to occurrence of that particular challenge. So in that regard, processes might not work at that time. So we apply what we call heuristic knowledge for decision making. So applying method and rules that is designed for a simple system can become very, very ineffective or even harmful to a complex system. So the level of approval needed to get a job done in a microfinance bank, maybe within one branch or one location, cannot be compared with a commercial bank with over 300 or 400 branches or scattered all over the world. So you notice that the approval process there differs when you are implementing a change in such an environment. So collaboration is key to thinking and working holistically. If the right mechanisms are put in place for all relevant stakeholders to collaborate in a timely manner, yes, you can actually achieve a better result. So that's why I say collaborate. When a business unit is collaborating with the development team, collaborating with the operations team, collaborating with all the members or different units of the organization stand a better chance of achieving their intended purpose and objective than when each of the departments is running to meet their own need without considering the overall or shared objective of the organization. So again, how do you apply this principle again is to look for patterns in the need of an interaction between system elements to identify what is essential for success in that particular improvement journey that you are embarking on. Of course, with this information, needs can actually be anticipated, standards can actually be set, holistic viewpoints can be achieved, making sure that before I start my improvement journey, I have actually taken care of all the components or all elements or activities that can make it difficult for me to achieve the intended objective of that improvement. Then automation can support end-to-end visibility for an organization and provide an efficient means of integrated management system only when you have optimized the processes. Like I mentioned, do not automate what you have not optimized. So these are the ways you can apply the guiding principle. So if I'm starting a service, I have to consider the service I'm about to deliver or the change I'm about to do or improvement journey I want to embark on. Do I have the right set of resources? Do I have the policy that supports me to do this? If I want to engage partners outside, what is the policy of the organization on engagement of a partner that will work with me in this particular project? I must follow what the policy says. Where policy allow me to outsource a service, I can do that. Where it does not permit me to outsource a service among one of the activities of the service value chain or service value stream we have created to deliver the value for that product, I cannot go contrary to the policy to go and get outsourcing where it is not permitted by the organization. So we have to look at those things. And then where tools, what kind of tools are we permitted to use? Maybe my organization may be that we focus on .NET, but the product we are bringing focus on Java. So we want to be sure that is he going to be able to integrate and work effectively? If not, why should I go contrary to what we are actually using? Or if I am using partners and suppliers, at what level? What is the coordination between the provider, me as a service provider, and the and the partners and suppliers I am using. And again, as a service provider, if a partner is coming with a supplier, I also need to be sure there's a healthy relationship between the partner and supplier that's coming to provide a service such that they do not start the delivery of a service midway down the line. They cannot continue because there is no agreement between the partner and supplier to deliver on the service. So these are the things we try to do. Part of what way of solving this is actually to guarantee that at the point of signing a partner, you need to understand who are the underpinning suppliers they want to use to deliver the service, and make sure it's an underpinning contract between them. So we can actually make sure those conditions are healthy. Let's understand their sources. If you do that, then you can actually guarantee that the service can be supported throughout both the delivery and support of that to make sure the value is actually achieved. Then keep it simple and practical is the 6th guiding principle we're supposed to look at. Now, always use the minimum number of steps to get the job done. Yes, even in a place of security. Now, when we talk about information security, many people believe that, oh, if I can secure my application and security is tight everywhere, that's the best thing. Yes, that is good. However, protection of your services is only to guarantee the availability of the service to the right people. So when you secure a service out of availability, then you are depriving the business of making success or progress. If security, ultimately the security, we might put all our ATMs in the army barrack. So, but what we are saying in essence is that you must put consideration the availability of a service. When you are building an application that you are using security that limits the rightful users from using that thing very well, whereby I need to do a transaction with your mobile app and I am spending 30 minutes to find a way to navigate and log in. Of course, I may not want to use that application again. So say all in the form of security. No, we have to keep it simple, keep it practical. That's what we're saying. Yes, build your multi-layer security, but make it something that is adoptable, something that is usable by the users. So that's why we say that always use minimum number of steps that is needed to accomplish an objective, and use what we refer to as outcome-based thinking. Yes, you say outcome-based thinking should be adopted or used to produce practical solutions that deliver the expected outcome for the user, for the consumer of that particular service, for the customer of that particular service. What is intended outcome of the service? So if service need to be available, but security has hindered it from being available, of course, you have lost it. So that is why if we are talking about security, we use the triad of information security called CIA: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So availability is key in information security as well. So now, if a process, if an activity, if an action provides no useful metrics or no useful information in the achievement of your intended objective, then take it out. You say, oh, in the process of onboarding, for instance, I want to be a subscriber to FirstCentral Credit Bureau. There are certain requirements I need to fulfill. So now FirstCentral will also look at those requirements. Each of the requirements listed there. Now, if I have 10 requirements, which of these requirements is critical for achieving the CBN regulatory requirement, NIDA requirement, or any other CSC requirement, or any other mandatory regulatory requirement, and the ones that guarantee the healthy operation of both FirstCentral and the organization that is supporting, coming in to onboard themselves. So we have to look at those and say any step that does not contribute real value should be taken out, and use only valuable steps that contribute to value addition for both the FirstCentral as a business, as a bureau, both for you as an organization providing the consuming the service, and regulators that actually monitoring the activities of the credit bureaus. So that's why we say use fewer steps to get job done, and any step that does not contribute, that is just good to have. We might not need such steps in most cases. All right. Now, although this principle may seem to be obvious, it is frequently being ignored. When creating a process or a service, designers need to think about exceptions to those particular services, but it's difficult for you to think about all possibilities or all exceptions. And that's why we say we should make out a rule or a law or a policy or a principle whereby we can handle each of those exceptions when it happens. For instance, during incident management, we say all incidents should be logged. We have to look at that thing. And we said, okay, all requests, again, incidents should be treated as incident, while some requests should handle as a service request. There are some cases where users may log incident as request or log request as an incident. Yes, such cases appear. What do? We must have a policy that allows us to reroute those incidents that come in as a request back to incident to handle as an incident management, or what came in as a request to be handled as a change, we move it back to change to handle as a change management system. So we must create such ways or rules or principles that guides us in the best way to handle exceptions. Now, this principle is very, very critical for developers as well. Those are involved in development of services. So make something easy. If, for instance, I want to do driving license and I go to the portal of FIRS and log in and can do my driving license in the space of 5 minutes, why do I need to go and queue up in the FIRS office or VIO office looking for driving license or looking for an agent that will help me? I can quickly go online, renew my driving license, and move on. Of course, that is one of the benefits of keeping it simple and practical. Now, there could be conflicting objectives when designing or when managing or when operating practices. You have to be mindful of this conflicting objective. For instance, a good example is when we have problem management and change management has conflicting objectives, or problem management and incident management. Incident focus on restoring service as quickly as possible without paying too much attention on what causes that particular incident. While problem focus on understanding underlying factor responsible for that incident to occur. So based on that, if you give one person to function as both incident manager and problem manager in a big organization, that will cause confusion for the person, because one service is down because opposite of availability of a service is incident. So once there's an incident, means there's unavailability of a service or reduction in the quality of a service. That means business will come after incident. Why problem? The incident manager is thinking of how to know the cause of that. You say, no, I don't have the time, restore my service as quickly as possible. So we must understand this conflicting objective. Where data is needed and where storage is needed to store the data, companies pay to store this data. Like FirstCentral can tell you how much they spend in hosting the data of different financial institutions that use their data, even when those maybe might not be charging. So they tell you how much they invest to host those data. And that's the reason that they have to host data that is relevant, that is reliable, that is accurate, that can actually make business sense. We must balance that particular conflicting objectives. That's it. So a management of an organization may want to collect a large amount of data to make decisions, whereas the people who must do the record keeping may want a simple process that does not require as much data entity or entry as possible. Now, what we're saying is get just what you need. If you are observant when you're applying for most applications outside Nigeria, most foreign applications you are doing today, you notice that when you request to submit your driving license or even your international passport, they may ask you to go and cover out some aspects of your data. Why? Because any data you submit to such an organization, for instance, PCB does that. If you are making any decision to do any business with PCB, at the point of verifying your data, when you submit, you have your year, your everyday. Will say, Oga, please take out your day and month of this and leave only maybe your year of birth. Cover that. Why? Any personal identifiable information, PII, you release to those partners, they become responsible of protecting those data as much as you, the owner, also is responsible to protect that data. Just like the data a bank submit to credit bureau, the bank is responsible for protecting it, and the credit bureau is also responsible for protecting that particular data. That's why you have to limit what you control. So if you know something you don't want to be reliable, held accountable, why collect it? That's the question. So we're saying through the application of these and other guiding principles, organizations should agree on a balance between its competing objectives in terms of the level or the details of data that is required. Now, for example, service should only generate data that will truly provide value for decision making. All right, and record keeping fine and automated where possible to maximize the value and reduce most of the non-value work that we are doing. Now, how do you apply this principle? Now, advice to keep it simple and practical is ensure value. Focus on value. Every activity should contribute to value realization. So any activity that does not contribute to value, at the end of trying to solve a challenge that you don't know how it occurs, there could be some mistakes, trial and errors you make. At the end of the day, you get the job done. When that is done, to simplify that, go back to review your processes and remove things that did not actually make a contribution to achievement of that result, and keep only the simplest of steps needed to get the job done. Then your customers will appreciate you. If I want to take a loan from your app and it's very easy to apply and get, of course, people may be rushing to take loan, even when the loans are not needed. Some people take loan when the loans are not needed. But when it becomes complex, even when you need it very well, you try, it's not working, you get tired, you abandon application. That's another way of evaluating whether your application is satisfying the need of the users, is to check how many abandoned activities that the users have actually done on your site. When people start and do not earn something, it's an indication that they are not satisfied with the level of your service you are delivering. So anytime people start and do not complete a process, you need to gather all those data to analyze, to understand the reason why the users can start a process but do not finish it up on your site or on your portal or any of your applications. Now, we are saying that simplicity is ultimate sophistication. When you keep something simple, it becomes easily adoptable. Do fewer things, but do them better. Don't try to do too many things and end up not doing them right. Minimize activities to only include those with value for one or more stakeholders. Of course, more focus will be on the quality of those particular actions that you are taking. So let's have a step we need to follow to onboard our customers. What is a step of onboarding my customers that want to take a loan from me? Simplify it. When people want to take a loan, simplify the processes of making sure that all the mandatory requirements or mandatory fields are gathered, but don't cluster them with so many irrelevant questions that will deter them or that will make them not be interested in doing business with you as a lender. Now, respect the time of people involved. What do I mean by that? A process that is too complicated and too bureaucratic is a poor use of time of people involved. If we cannot come into FirstCentral and onboard our and to use the application immediately, it makes it difficult for me to come to FirstCentral. But that's why it has to be one of the requirements for me is to say, oh, FirstCentral is very easy to onboard, or the API is very easy to integrate, and all their processes is very easy to use. That means that you are respecting my time. So I don't need to come and waste all my time trying to demystify all your complicated systems or processes. So we want to simplify it to the barest minimum, but making sure all the vital elements are actually captured. That's what it means to respect the time of people. If I am coming to training that's supposed to start by 10 o'clock and I'm resuming by 10:30, it means I do not have respect for the people that I'm facilitating this course for. Again, when it is easier to understand, it is going to be more likely for people to adopt the practice. To enable a practice that's easy to follow, make sure that it's easier for people to have understanding of that. Interpretation of a report, for instance, should be as easy as possible, so that when people see a report, I should be able to know when a report is actually having issue or when it is performing or when it is not performing. Then simplicity is the best route to achieving a quick wins, whether in a project or when improving daily operational activities. Quick wins allow organizations to demonstrate progress and manage stakeholders' expectation for value. Now, of course, working a time in an iterative way with feedback loop will quickly deliver incremental values at irregular intervals, where each iterations you can pick information on whether the thing is doing well or not, and you come back to resolve the issue and you release another iteration. That helps us to build a quality product. So of course, this is one of the things that we also do with progress iteratively with feedback. Now, optimize and automate happens to be the last guiding principle we are going to be looking at today. Now, what does that mean? Organization must. Ordinarily, we don't use a must in this guiding, but tell you how critical this is. Now, must is being used here to express. Ordinarily, we use the verb should. we don't use the verb shall. We don't use must. Shall is normally used to express a requirement. So based on that, options must maximize the value of work carried out by each human and technical resource. That is what we refer to as optimization of your processes. Now, the 4-dimension model provides a holistic view of the various constraints, various challenges, various resources, types, and other areas that should be considered when you're designing your service, when you're managing or operating your services as an organization. Now, technology can help an organization to scale up their service delivery. For instance, when we have repeated work or recurring or voluminous works like password reset and user access creation and most of the things that are voluminous, you can actually use automation to achieve those processes only when those processes has been optimized. So if you have not optimized it, do not bother to automate it. So what we are saying in essence is that technology can help you scale up services. Technology can help you move most of the service you are supposed to do as a provider of service close to the consumer of the service in an approach we refer to as a shift-left approach in service management. If, for instance, that we say, oh, loading of our data is taking time, maybe considering the volume of subscribers FirstCentral is controlling, they can decide to say, oh, in order to shorten the time required for data to be loaded, let's create what we refer to as self-help tool, where the consumers, where the subscribers can load data directly to the system. That process is referred to as a shift-left approach in service management. Now, the essence is not because we want to push work for you to do, but is to reduce the time required for the service to go live in order for you to maximize your benefit as a consumer of a service. So, again, the 4-dimension model provides a holistic view, like we said. Okay, yeah, technology can help organizations to scale up. However, technology should not always be relied upon without the capacity of human intervention. That's why we say even in automation, somebody asked the question yesterday, say even in RPA, robotic process automation, what we are saying is to reduce the human intervention to the barest minimum, but not to eliminate it completely. So that's why we're saying technology can help organizations to scale up. API technology can help you to scale up. However, technology should not always be relied upon without the capability of human intervention. So before it can be effectively automated, activity should be optimized. To optimize means to make something as effective, as useful, as relevant as it needs to be within the set of constraints that you find yourself as a provider of that service. So meaning that the level of automation varies from auction to another auction depending also on the complexity of the service that you are trying to automate. Of course, no matter the approach you follow, the roadmap to optimization is still the same. Now, the practice of continual improvement and measurement and reporting are essential to this effort. Improve and optimize performance may draw up guidance from ITIL, from Lean, from DevOps, Kanban, and other resources. But regardless of any of the approach or specific techniques that you use, the high-level path to optimization follows these same steps. What are those high-level steps? On having a proper understanding and agreeing on the context. The context simply means the environment of the service you're providing and the overall vision and objective, the goal, the purpose that the organization wants to achieve from that particular automation. So every automation must define what it wants to achieve. If I want to automate user or password reset, what do I want to achieve? Now, I want to make sure that I enhance the efficiency of the service delivery by making sure users can easily use a few seconds to reset their password without waiting for somebody who is busy and say, oh, I've set my password reset since 2 days, nobody have attended to me, thereby limiting you from also performing your task because the password has not been resetted. Mind you, password reset is not an incident, it's only a request. It is not an incident. So based on that, service is up, but maybe I forgot my password. Any question?
Please go on, sir. Go on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So Again, you must understand the vision. You must understand the purpose of the automation you are doing. Of course, assessing the current state to have a proper understanding of where the improvement journey started. That's why we say perform baseline assessment. You can do that using SWOT analysis, or you can do that through internal audit of your organization. You can use any of the methods to assess your current state. And of course, assessment of the current state, any metrics or method you use in assessing current state, it is what you will use to measure the achievement of your stated objective when we go to, by the time I pray we'll get there today. We'll look at the improvement journey, the 7-step improvement journey. All right, so let's move on. Agreeing on what then first is assess the current state to understand the baseline, to know where the journey of your improvement started, so that we'll be able to know if you are making progress or not, where it can improve, and what likely to produce the quick wins or the biggest positive impact that the consumer wants to see. Now, agree what the future state, or what we call the desired future state, will be, and also the priorities that should also be focusing on when you are implementing the journey of your improvement, so to make sure the value is being delivered. Of course, this typically also includes standardization of your practices and your services, which will make it easier for automation or for optimization at a further or later point of your improvement journey. Then ensuring the optimization has the appropriate stakeholder engagement and commitment. That's why in ISO implementation clause 5 of your ISO talks about management and leadership commitment. It's very important. If the management has not given approval, please, no matter how good the improvement is, do not start. Hello, did you get what I said? Are we together? Sir. Yes, very, very important. Yes. We must seek management commitment. Yes, we must seek leadership commitment to that improvement journey. Ensuring that the optimization has the appropriate level of stakeholder engagement and commitment. Now, making sure you carry out the people involved, the participants of that improvement must be involved. Your staff must be involved. That's why we have a practice we call OCM, Organizational Change Management, who is there to manage resistance to change in an organization. So they are there to manage the expectation of the stakeholders, to make sure that people's expectation about how a service will be impacting them negatively is being addressed before it. Otherwise, they will create a challenge for the person implementing. Even you can be the best project manager, when you go to a hostile environment where there is no proper communication on the intention of the improvement, you may likely fail. That's the truth of the matter. Now, executing improvement in an iterative way, using metrics and other feedback to check the progress of that improvement. Then continue monitoring the impact of the optimization to identify opportunity to improve methods of the working. So improvement, automation can always be improved as well. So even when you automated the process, you always go back to start what you start today. You can start by automating most of the parts. Tomorrow you increase it until you go fully automated automation within your service delivery. All right. They are using automation. Automation typically refers to the use of technology to perform a series of steps correctly and consistently with limited or no human intervention. That's the question I answered somebody yesterday. With limited human intervention or with no human intervention at all. That's what the API does for you. For example, in auction, adopting continuous deployment through to live, and also often automating testing occurring in each of the variables. We use what we call CI/CD. We have a continued integration, continued development, continued delivery to make sure that changes to codes as a developer is actually being tested and migrated to a production environment without wasting time. That is what encourages high velocity IT to achieve their intended objective today. So again, in its simplest form, however, automation could also mean the standardization of manual streaming of your standardization and streamlining of your manual task. Then efficiency can also be greatly increased by making sure you reduce the need for human involvement to stop and evaluate each of the parts of a progress. That is what you achieve The ultimate desire is to where we remove human intervention to run smoothly without people causing some delays within the process of a service delivery. Opportunity for automation can also be found across the entire organization, especially where we have repeating tasks or standard processes. Yes, we can actually help to save organization some costs, reduce human errors, as well as improve the employee experience, making sure that, because when you involve repeated tasks, they are prone to error, then you can automate such a process so a system can do it for you after you have optimized the process. Now, how do you apply the process? Simplify and or optimize before you automate a process. Of course, take time to map out all the standard and repeating processes as best as possible and streamline where possible. That's what we refer to as optimize. From there, you can start the process of automation. So optimization will happen before automation. Number 2, define your matrix. What is your matrix? Matrix, you have like key performance indicators. We have what you call success factors of an automation. Every process or practice success factor, incidentally, we are not going to treat this practice success factor here. We treat that under intermediate classes. Now, every success factor has at least 2 key performance indicators. So in a case where I want to have 4 success factors, it means I need to have a minimum of 8 key performance indicators. So all we are saying is that the indicator we are using or the metrics we are using to measure the baseline before we start our automation, all right, to measure the achievement should also be the same metrics we use in measuring the achievement of our automation. So make sure that the metrics are outcome based and they are linked to the achievement of the value for the consumer of the service. That's why we say that if you create a matrix that is not linked to the outcome, yes, all the elements that is being used to measure the service success will be showing green, while the inside of the service is showing red. That process is referred to as a watermelon effect in service management. So where you can say, oh, the service is actually available, we can ping it, the network is telnetting, oh, we can see everything is up, we can, from my end it's okay, but the user is not able to use the service. Yes, you can log in and see it, but he's not able to use. The service might be available but not usable. So in such a case, you click and it's rolling and rolling. You need to generate a report. The report is very slow in giving you the descent. Of course, you can say in your metrics you're using to measure, when you bring out your availability and other components of your metrics you're using, they will be showing green, 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 green. Oh, they are doing great. But in the business side, the business is suffering because they are not getting value from the service. That process is referred to as a watermelon effect in service management. So metrics must be linked to the defined outcomes. All right, using the other guiding principles when adopting the automate and automate guiding principle. Progress iteratively with feedback, iterative optimization and automation make progress visible and increase the stakeholders buy-in, because stakeholders might not be fully in support of what you are doing, but if you can do the minimum viable product and release and they see the value, oh, they can now get the buy-in. So you can do that to make sure, okay, from there, you now pick more inputs and you build, pick more inputs, you build. That is exactly how best to automate a process. Then keep it simple and practical. I mean, things that can be simple, but they are not optimized. And that is what we call optimization, automation of inefficiency. So use the principle together. You must optimize before you automate. Now focus on value. Selecting what to optimize, selecting what to automate, how to use, how this actually should be based on the best value that your automation can give to the consumer of your services. That's one of the things that defines what you should do. That's why we say, first and foremost, go and identify your repeated tasks that will give you the volume, the highest volume of work people do that is of low value to the organization. Then automate such processes so you can free the people to do more valuable work when the need arises. Then start where you are. Make use of what is already available for you to be leveraged on. Yeah, but untapped or unutilized, any element or any component that's available, but it's unutilized, it's untapped, then you can adopt those things. Look at those things before, automate them before you start. Implement opportunities for optimization and then automation quickly. Sorry, let me take that again. Make use of what is already there, but untapped or unutilized to implement opportunities for optimization and then automate quickly and automate economically. Make sure you utilize the right resources to do it. Don't invest more than what the benefit will give you. All right, so that brings us to the end of the guiding principles. Any question? Any question?
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Please
so
go
you
ahead.
said that for optimize and automate, technology should not always be relied upon without human intervention. Then for using automation, you said that use of technology with human intervention is limited or not even needed at all.
Yes. So it's contradictory?
Yes, sir, I think.
It is not. What we are saying is the essence of automation is to remove human intervention. But we are saying at the moment when you start your automation process or journey of automation, don't expect automation to optimize your process. That's what we're trying to say. You are the one to optimize your process. That is the aspect of human. Then you now automate what you have optimized. Automation simply means carry what human is doing and ask your system technology to do it for you. But in terms of optimization of your processes, for instance, the process or the stages of the data processing before it goes to live has to be defined by human. Then after that, you can ask system to do that. But if not, if you carry a raw data without demarcating the processes or stages of processing of the data until it goes live, you are going to be mopping them together and you will not get any value.
Okay,
sir. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Lucky, go ahead.
So it's just to get more clarification from you on the subject matter of automation. So you said it is removing human interference. There are some automation package which the machine alone cannot complete the entire process. Human touch will still be required, like the one we use. Automation cannot do everything. We still have to interfere in one way or the other. Otherwise, we'll mess things up. So is it right to now say automation will remove human interference completely or reduce human interference? No, we're talking about getting the desired result. Is it remove or reduce? I just want to get that clarified.
Fantastic. Okay. I think I explained that before. What we are saying is the intention is to, as much as possible, to eliminate it, but it's not in a day. It is a gradual process. So what we're trying to do is to reduce it. That's why we say limited or no human intervention. So at the point where you start automation, there will be processes that will still need human intervention. You'll be doing that. Then as time progresses, you remember I said you could also subject to continual improvement even when you are automating. So you now begin to automate other stages. Today you can look at 6 stages of your data processing. You pick up the ones that consume the highest volume or repeated tasks. You pick 2 of them out of 6, you automate them. So meaning that there is still human intervention among the other 6. Tomorrow, you can now move on again. You pick another one. When you have perfected the first 2, you automate another 2 sections. Then you have reduced it from 6, where you have fully human intervention. You are now having only 2 human intervention and have 4 automated processes in that this thing. Next, again, you keep moving until you can get a fully automation. So all we're trying to do is to reduce human intervention as much as possible. If you can eliminate it, fantastic. But what you are saying is that as of now, in automation, when you start automation journey, do not just focus on removing it from the first day you start your automation. In the long run, you might be able to achieve that removal of human intervention. But when you are starting, it's not possible to remove human intervention at that level. Are you clear?
Very clear. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so can we take the answers to this? If there's no more question, let's answer this so we can move on to practices.
I have the answer.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, the answer is A.
Okay.
The answer is A.
The answer. All right. Good. Well done. Which bank is this? When you answer, give me your bank.
Okay, A, Supreme Microfinance Bank.
Fantastic. Supreme. Okay, that's why you are reading Supreme.
Point one Microfinance Bank. A is the answer.
Okay, correct.
Kenechuku Microfinance
A
Bank.
is the answer from First Microfinance.
All right. That's good. That's good. Thank you.
Okay,
So
good,
remember, before I forget, for some of you are requesting for your certificate, when you're sending for need for your certificate, you are getting in touch to FirstCentral, please indicate your organization you are coming from. Put your name and your organization, the way you want it to appear in your certificate, and send to them and indicate the institution you are coming from. So possibly we would prefer you send that through your official email address as well. All right. Are we together?
Don't mute us now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Now, which is a key consideration for the guiding principle? Keep it simple and practical.
Let's say basic cash finance bank.
The answer is what?
So, B.
I didn't get what you said.
Okay, to keep it simple and practical, we have to understand how each element contributes to value creation.
B.
Okay.
B is
fantastic. Fantastic.
Spectrum Microfinance.
B is the answer too.
No,
all right.
No. B.
Spectrum
Point
Microfinance
one is
Bank.
saying is B.
Correct.
Point one I'm saying is D again.
All right. All right. Well done. Okay, so let's go. Then, which guiding principle recommends organizing work into smaller manageable sections that can be executed and completed in a timely manner? Yes. What's the answer?
D. Start where you are.
Do we agree?
No.
C. Progress.
Progress iterative.
The answer is C.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go. What is the first step of the guiding principle focus on value? What is the first step you consider when you are creating a service? First step, focus on value.
Identify the
the services facilitates.
Identify the outcome that
identify the service.
C.
Okay. Who says C?
Mary from Crystal Finance Company.
Blessing for my basic cash.
I think C.
Right. God bless you. God bless you. All right.
You guys know this.
All right.
You have to know what you're
Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on to the service management practice. Service management practice is a major aspect of ITIL again that actually assists us in adopting and adapting ITIL to our guidance, to our environment. Very, very important. Sorry, 1 minute.
You are muted, sir.
All right, thank you, host. Okay, so let's look at practices. ITIL version 3 talks about processes. ITIL version 4 talks about practices. Processes focus on ideal situations. This is ideal way it's supposed to be. Practice focus on the real situation. This is what is happening in my organization. So I want to bring ITIL to my organization and adapt it to what I am doing. That is why we have practices in ITIL version 4. That's the difference, one of the major difference between version 3 and version 4. Now, like I said yesterday or the first day, there are 34 practices. There are 17 service management practices, 14 general management practices, and there are 3 technical management practices. But we are going to focus on 15 of them. So anywhere we stop today, we call it a day. So, but we have to look at some of them that we can actually do. Those who want to do the examination or who may want to further can actually reach out to them. We'll know how to make sure we cover up all the things that is left for you, prepare you before you write your examination. So you can reach us, pick our contact for First Central to do that. All right. So now we're going to look at today change. This is called change enablement practice, not change control any longer. System management, IT asset, all the ones highlighted here are the ones we are supposed to cover before you write your foundation examination. The ones you highlighted and bold is the ones that cover the 7 critical practices you need to look into where most of the questions comes in. Of course, out of 40 questions in the examination, 24 questions comes from practices alone to tell you how critical it is. So we look at incident management, IT asset, monitoring and event management, problem management, release management, service configuration management, service decks, service level management, service request management. Then we move to general management practice, look at continual improvement, information security management, relationship management, supplier management, and we'll now move on to deployment management. These are what we need to do. Let's start. What is an asset? The first practice we want to look at this morning is an asset. What is an asset? Of course, an asset is any financially valuable component that may contribute to the delivery of your value for your IT service or product. Now, I repeat, underline your keyword in asset as financial valuable. Financially valuable. So asset is any financially valuable component that can contribute to the delivery of an IT product or a service called an asset. A good example is your laptops you use in work. Your data center you use is an asset. Your for instance, what do you call it again? Your servers in your data center is an asset. The people you're using to do is an asset. The license you have is an asset. They are all financially valuable. So asset is something you need to manage in order to deliver your IT product or services. Now, the purpose of management of this asset is to plan and manage the full life cycle of all IT assets to help organizations to maximize value, to help them control costs, to help them manage their risk, to help them make decisions about purchase, reuse, retirement of assets, of course, to help meet regulatory requirements. For instance, your laptop, the day you purchase your laptop, the record should be documented in the auction that, oh, so-and-so laptop has been purchased. Then this is the state of the laptop. This is the RAM, the hard drive, and the model of the laptop. Laptop is now being given to Ekene. So Ekene received the laptop so and so date under this condition. The day Ekene returned the laptop, asset manager must document the day he returned the laptop and the condition of the laptop under the day he returned it. The day the laptop is reassigned to another staff, then he must document that again in asset record. So now when we click a particular asset, it should list all the history of the assets. So based on that, we'll be able to know if I'm using a Dell or I'm using a HP, which of them lasts longer than the other one. So that helps us to know how to manage the assets. So as an IT person or asset manager, you must document the history of your asset to manage to know, so you can decide about whether we are getting value from it, whether the cost we are spending on this. Yes, something might be cheap, but you end up buying multiple of that. That when you buy one that is quality, you spend more time. So we need to track the record of that for decision making as well. So this is just the basic two questions we are likely going to get here: is what is an asset? You need to understand the asset. They are being financially valuable component that contribute to the delivery of a product or delivery of a service. Again, the purpose is to manage the full life cycle until the day the service is retired or an asset is retired. We must manage the full life cycle of that particular asset. The second practice we want to look at is monitoring and event management. What is monitoring and event management? Of course, an event is any change of state. Underline the word change of state. Any change of state that has significance for the management of a service or other conclusion items, CIs. Events are normally denoted with a notification which is created by an IT service or a conclusion item or a monitoring tool. Your fire alarm, you see, smoke detectors, these are monitoring tools you use in detecting if there is a smoke or not. Then your data centers are actually protected in this regard. You are, what do you call it again? Your servers, you can configure your server in such a way that when the memory consumption of a server reaches a certain threshold, it triggers a warning. You notify the user. Your laptop, personal laptops are triggered like that. When the capacity of your hard drive is being fully utilized, then it has to send a notification to you. So you use these things to monitor changes of state. Events are not incidents. Events are not faults. Events are not failures. Events can lead to incidents. Are we together? Are we together? Are we together?
Sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of monitoring and event management? Is to systematically observe changes, observe services and service components, and record and report related changes of state identified as events. That's why we have monitoring tools you can use to monitor the services to know when a service is up or down. So we use monitoring to identify the status of a service, whether it is actually up or down. But we use measurement to assign a value to which extent is it fulfilling the intended objectives. Of course, this practice identifies and prioritizes security around our infrastructures, monitor of our infrastructures, of our services, of our business processes, of our information security events, and it establishes the appropriate response to each of the events we receive a notifications on, including responding to such conditions that could lead to a potential fault or that could lead to an incident. But by default, event is not an incident. Are we clear on that? Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Thank you.
Together.
All right. All right.
Yes, we are together.
Thank you.
Yes,
What
we
is
are.
release? What is release? Release is a version of a service or is a version of a CI, a configuration item, or a collection, a version of collection of configuration items that is made available for use. Release is a version of a service or a configuration items or collection of configuration items that is made available for use. So for instance, FirstCentral can, when they do the mobile app, and once mobile app is ready, you can say, okay, oh, we have released this mobile app with just and so functions in the mobile app. Yes, there could be other things there that might not be ready or that is there, but they have not made it available for users to have access to that. So that's what we mean that what is made available for use, a component, a version that's made available for use is referred to as release. Are we together? Then the purpose of release management is to make sure, practices, is to release management practices. The purpose of release management practices is to make new or change services or features available for use. That is essence of release management. It used to be release and deployment in version 3 as a process, but today is separate. So release focus on making something available for use. Why deployment focus on moving it or staging it in a production or live environment? Yes?
It's talking. We cannot hear you. We cannot see this thing on the screen.
You can't see my slide?
I can see it too.
I
can see your slide.
You can see it.
The slide is visible.
We can see now.
Okay.
You can see it.
You can see
So,
You can see
okay,
it
so
from our
please,
end, yeah.
if you can't see it, could you please log out and log in again? That will help you. It could be your network that is causing the issue. All right, thank you. So release management, the purpose of release management, because you'll be tested for those that may want to write exam on the purpose of the 15 processes we are talking about. So I've talked about the first one, which is IT asset, to manage the full life cycle of assets, IT assets. I've talked about monitoring to understand managing selected changes of states, that is systematically observe selected changes of states. Then I'm talking about release management right now, which is the purpose of release management practice is to make the changes you have made on your service, on your products, on any of your services available for users to have access to it. That is the essence, is to make it available for use. That's the essence of release management. Now, release can come in different formats. We can have what is called waterfall system of release management. I can have an agile format of release management. In waterfall, you must make sure that everything is completely ready before. So you have a release plan in place. Then once this plan is in place, then your new or changed infrastructure has to be ready. Your new or changed software needs to be ready. Then there must be training conducted, documentations happen, then you move on to conduct your deployment and release management, which was what we are practicing in version 3. So you can now do deployment to move to live operational environment, then make available for use. Then you can now conduct a review. That is when we have a traditional or waterfall system. As you are using your PMI as a project management methodology you are using to do that, you can use this approach. But when you are involved in agile practice, then you don't need to do everything to be ready before it goes live. If, for instance, most have a release plan, you need to have a plan. Then if, for instance, what you have is the server is ready or the change infrastructure is ready, you can deploy that change, move it to production environment. You can even release it at that level. So that's why you can use minimum viable product, even when the total product is not completely ready. Then we now embark on incremental journey. So at each of the layers we build is actually taking us towards the 100% completion of such a service. Then if what is available is not changed or your new or changed software is available, you deploy, then after that you release. Then if what you can do is to train the people, for instance, in implementation of ISO, for instance, I may want to use the staff of the organization to conduct the implementation of the ISO. So we can train them first. After they conduct the training, based on the knowledge of their environment, they can become actually a viable tool to use in achieving our intention. Then we can decide to do training before, do documentations, then we engage them. We start the process of implementation of that process. So in that regard, the training has happened even when we have not actually deployed the services. Then documentation can happen. Then we can update the documentation at the end of the release system. So what we are saying in Agile is this. You can do the change infrastructure can be deployed and released. And then you review that, get a feedback, and you continue to the cycle. So you can do software or new or change software can be deployed, release, then review. Then you can also do training and documentation, deploy, release, and review. So any of these particular channels can actually happen first. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, we are together.
All right. Okay,
Hello,
thank
sir.
you. Yes.
I wanted to
Yes,
I just wanted to ask some questions, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
This issue of release, is it just straightforward? Can it even be broken into stages, maybe major, maybe minor, maybe emergency release?
Yeah. Now there are different levels of release that we do, and you have a release plan. Part of the release plan is to decide whether do I want to go with a big bang, or do I want to go through phase approach? Do I want to use with a pilot release? There are different types of release you can do. Because this is a foundation class, if you want to learn more about that, there's a class we call Create, Deliver, and Support. You can come for that class, then we dwell more into that. But because it's a foundation class, we are only treating just all at the merest minimum for you to comprehend what it's all about, but we are not going detailed into the planning aspects because of our time.
Thank
you. Are we
sir.
together?
Thank
That's
you,
the truth. Yeah.
That
All
this
right.
is Mary from Crystal Finance Company Limited. So
Okay.
I want to ask, according to the cyber security, CBN cyber security framework for finance companies, before you deploy any new technologies or software, you need to test it in the testing environment, like
Sure.
So this, if we are going with this agile framework,
yes,
as the hope, I think it's conflicting. Like you can't really go with it because you need to do the testing before you actually deploy.
Even in agile, you do testing. But what happened is that testing is built inside the agile team. That's what we say when we talk about agile. We say agile is self-sufficient, is self-organized. Every single thing you need to deliver agile is inside the agile. So you need a tester in an agile team. You need a BA inside an agile team. You need a coder inside an agile team. You need what do you call it? A change manager inside an agile team.
Control.
Did I get what?
A control person.
That's what I'm saying. Every single thing you need
is in agile.
For project to go live is inside an agile team. Yes. So if you don't have that, it means you are not practicing agile. So that's the challenge we have. We say that agile has not delivered the expected benefit because of lack of organizational capabilities. So when these capabilities are not present, people claim to practice agile, but in reality, they are not practicing agile because they do not have those things there. Where you have only one BA that covering 5 agile groups. So how would the person be available in all the startup meetings, for instance, in the morning or thereabout? So those are the things why we say you need to build capabilities, build your capacity of the staffs that they can actually multitask. They can do cross-functional That's the only way you can build a strong agile team. So in agile, testing is done. It's like when we talk about, I'm going to another layer now, which change management. We're going to talk about address what you just mentioned right now in change management. So in change management, no matter the kind of change, whether it's emergency change, whether it is standard change or a normal change, or even a standard like as 20,000 where you have additional change type, which is called project change management or service design and transition change. Even in that place, we are saying that risk has to be assessed. So testing must happen. Test is a process of part of the risk assessment of the organization. So we must do that. So CBN is right in that. So whether you are practicing agile or whatever, testing must be done. Now in agile, that's another reason why most of the testing has been automated inside the pipeline in your deployment CI/CD pipeline. So some testing has been automated in that process, so that as you are deploying, changing the codes, they are being tested at this along the pipeline until it moves to production environment. So whether you are automating it, whether you are doing manually, what CBN want to do is that testing happens before you actually deploy, and that happens in agile as well. Is your question answered?
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Now, the next one we want to look at is service configuration management. We used to have IT asset and configuration being the same thing before in the same process, but now it's being separated. So asset is there to make sure the whole record of asset, how to release asset. For somebody say, oh, I need a laptop or I need a network card. Asset manager will release it. The asset department are the ones for you to say, oh, we purchased network card for your department or a branch of your organization, come and sign off. So the engineer can go to IT asset and sign off that particular thing on the day you receive it. But the information needed to configure that particular service will be actually reside with configuration management team. So that's why the purpose of this. Okay, before I talk about purpose, what is called CI? I've been mentioning CI. CI means any component that needs to be managed in order to deliver an IT service. A CI is like a resource. When we say human beings can be grouped as a capability and a resource person. The same way, some components are just CIs, while some is an asset. All asset is a CI, but not all CI is an asset. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Thank you. So, okay, so any component that you need to manage in order to deliver a service is a CI. So now remember, when we say any asset is any component, any financial valuable component. But in CI is saying any component you need to manage in order to get a value. It's like a resource. Oh, please go and clean this place. You clean the place. Go and mop the place. You mop it. Go and off this. Go and buy this. So anyone you did not say go and do, nobody will do it. That person is functioning like a resource or a CI. So CI is just like a resource. But when something is an asset, you can just initiate something and the person will take it up there and even complete it and just give you feedback. Oh, have you done? Yes, I'm done. This is what I did. Okay. Without waiting for you to make all decisions at every stage. But the person is functioning based on the person's, what we refer to in IT service management as based on the person's, that's what we call it, this thing of control, domain of control, based on the person's domain of control. All right? Based on the person's domain of control. So, again, configuration item is any component that needs to be managed in order to deliver an IT service. Now, the purpose is to ensure there is accurate and reliable information about the configuration items, the CIs, okay, about the configuration of the services, about relationships of those CIs that needed to deliver the service is available when and where they are needed. If, for instance, somebody comes to your branch and he pick an asset, he picks an asset from maybe asset manager and goes to that place to configure as a network engineer, the person shouldn't be able to configure it without information provided from configuration management team. For instance, they can ask you what is the subnet mask of this place, what IP address range are we using in this place. So before you understand all those information to configure as an engineer, then you need information from configuration management team. They are the one to provide such information. And that's the reason why we say those information should not be scattered. Those information should not be abused. The release should not be abused. For instance, you have an engineer that goes on. Let's say you are somebody is in First Bank branch and he goes to Ikoyi branch, Awolo Road, to do work as an engineer. He called configuration management and said, give me information. I need to configure network in this place. They give to you about that place. Tomorrow he moved to Sabo branch. On getting to Yaba branch or thereabout, then he says, send me. He sent me. Next tomorrow he goes to VI. He send me. I say, okay, you are troubling me too much. Instead of that, you now send the whole document like a Zell that contains all information to release to the person to be so that whenever you use, you need it, take it from there. You have breached the control that was put in place to monitor the flow of information and also the security of that particular organization. That's why you say that the purpose is to ensure that this is available when it is needed and where it is needed. So don't give people more than information they need. Are we together?
We are together, sir.
Yeah.
All right. So we are now saying that this relationship, this should include how CIs are configured and the relationship between each of the CIs. So if I pick a server and say, oh, this server 1 or server 2, server 20, server 21, server 41, if I go to that server, I should be able to know I should be able to know first, what is the server? They give me the server, the brand of server that is there. What is the server OS that is in that place? I'll be able to pick it from there. What actually the applications that is running in that server? I should be able to list all applications running on that particular server. Who are the people connected to that server? I should be able to know. So when I am migrating from one server to another or changing, I wouldn't leave, there will be no need of me. How do I put it? Anytime I'm working on a change, I will leave some things undone. So I will make sure that at the point of making a change or migrating that server from another server, all necessary information about the server is intact, so we can quickly move them to a new server. So users or subscribers connecting to that server can easily be migrated to a new server and now update the record and document our configuration management system again, or CMDB will be updated with appropriate record. So at any given time, the auditor comes around to look at CMDB, he should be able to see, oh, yeah, this is actually the list of servers in so and so MFB. These are the list of applications on each of the servers. These are the list of the RAMs, list of assets in this. You are able to relate them. These are lists of the customers, and all the necessary information needed should be documented. It is not an easy job, but it is something that you have to do. Are we together? One of the financial institutions that are here, yes, I trained them. So when I was training them on service management and also on ISO 20000, they told me before they got to the person in charge of configuration management system during audit, the person fainted. The guy is a good friend of mine. They were pouring water on the guy before the guy recovered because he was afraid. And again, that's why I tell people, you don't need to be afraid of some of these things. Now, audit is about show me what you do and how you do it. It's not something that people should be afraid of. But that was what happened in the organization. The guy fainted because of that, because he was in charge of their confusion management system. All right. So after that time, he came back. We have to look at the ways of managing that particular process across the whole of their branches, both locally here. Incidentally, I was opportune to train all their branches outside Nigeria, or on BCMS. So I trained all of them virtually. So on their BCMS across Cameroon and across Ghana and all other countries of where they are present now. All right. So what do we mean? Documentation of this thing is important, but all what we are telling you is that if you follow the process at the first time when you are starting, it looks difficult, it looks cumbersome, but you start streamlining so as the update will now begin to happen. It's a good work to do, it's a difficult task to do, but it's a necessary thing to do for you to make sure that you are covering the assets, all your assets, you are managing assets, you are managing your configurations. So when there is need to make changes, you will know where the informations are. Not when you are looking for something, you don't know where something is coming from. You are looking for assets, nobody can track it, anybody does anything. Of course, this is one of the reasons why we track even the licenses we use in organization, so that people are not supposed to be using unlicensed licenses for established organizations like a commercial bank, or this cannot allow people to install unlicensed softwares, office services, suits that are unlicensed. This is the essence of that, to make sure that all those things are managed appropriately through asset management and confusion management system. All right. Now, change enablement practice is one of the big ones we are looking at. What is change? That's the first thing. Of course, change is any addition, change is any modification, change is any removal of anything that could have a direct or indirect effect on the services organization provide. So anything modification, whether be it your documentations you want to alter, is a change. It should follow a change management process. When you are inserting a code in a already existing software, you have to investigate it and test it to be sure that it has not introduced instability in the system. When you are renaming a file, everybody has to be aware of what you are doing. So that's why I'm saying change is any addition, change is any modification, change is any removal. Even retirement of a service is a change. So we say, oh, we want to decommission this particular server. It's a change. So once you are embarked on change management, you should be able to make sure that, number one, that you are able to maximize the number of successful IT changes you are making. That's the purpose of change management. Or to minimize the number of unsuccessful IT changes. How? By ensuring that the risk has been properly assessed for that change prior to starting the change, authorizing the change to proceed, and of course, managing the change schedule. That's the reason we do change management or change enablement practice. Now, I repeat, the purpose is to maximize the number of successful IT changes, or to minimize the number of unsuccessful IT changes by ensuring that risk has been properly assessed. By who? By people who have understanding of the risk in the changes you are making. So it is not as if that you must be a high-level person that will do the assessment. No. If, for instance, you are embarking on a change, maybe within an organization, it could be the like a CIO, the CTO of the organization. They have to be involved in making sure they sign the right set of people who understand risk involved. They assess it. But when they finish, maybe the MD is the one that need to approve. Until MD approve, there is no way that change will proceed. That's why we say first and foremost is that MD cannot come to assess a risk. The CEO cannot come to assess a risk. So the risk must be assessed by those who understand the risk involved in that thing. But after the assessment, that's why the CIO can approve, can now sign and say, oh, yes, we have done the risk assessment too. This is what we do. This is all, everything has been done. MD can now approve. So when the time MD sees the signature of the CIO, he can proceed to go and approve that thing. But when MD goes and approves something the CIO has not actually assess the risk. Of course, when anything happens, the MD will be held accountable for that. And that's the reason why we said that we must make sure that the risk associated to every change must be properly assessed by those who understand the risk and associated benefits of the change. Then authorization can come from a top or a higher person like the MD can now proceed to authorize those things. Then those responsible for change management can now create a change management schedule in order to use to manage the communication with all resources needed to conduct the change. Then in order for them to secure budget for the change, in order for them to what else? To avoid conflict in the use of resources that will be using to do the changes. So that's the purpose of change management. Are we okay? Are we okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now,
Okay.
Now the scope of change management is determined by each organization. The framework, ITIL is a framework. ITIL is not a standard. The standard for service management is ISO 20000. ITIL is a framework. Now, this framework does not specify what you should group under your change enablement practice. However, there are things that's expected to be there, which it lists for you. So the scope of change enablement is defined by each organization. It will typically include all your IT infrastructure. Could you mute if you are not, if you don't have any question, you can just mute, please, because time is not on our side. Okay, it will typically include all IT infrastructure. It will include all the applications of the organization. It will include all your documentations. Documentation is very important. It will include your process. When your process is about to change, you have to go through process approval process as well for change management process. Your change should include your supplier relationship, and as well as anything else that might directly or indirectly have an impact on the product or service you are delivering can be grouped under your change enablement practice. Now, take note of the second paragraph. Of course, that's an exam question. I mentioned it yesterday. I said that change enablement practice must balance these two needs. What are those needs? The need to make beneficial changes against the need to protect your customers, your users, your consumers from adverse effects of the change. You cannot start a change process and you are trying to do a release management and you fix the release time, go live time by Monday morning as a financial institution. No, you are not protecting people from adverse effects of the change. Change comes with consequences. Change comes with difficulties. Change comes with challenges. You are expected to assist your consumers manage the change, manage the negative impact of the change. That is what we are saying. Are we together? Okay. Thank you. Now, it is important to distinguish between these two types, between change enablement practice and organizational change management. Now, what is a change enablement? Change enablement focus only on changes in product and services. Changes in product and service. Oh, we want to do an API, we want to alter something in API, we want to create an application, we want to create a website, we want to do all those things should be handled under change enablement practice. But we want to post a staff from department to another department should be handled as organizational change management, OCM. So organizational change management manages the people aspect of change. All right. Of course, to ensure that improvement and the organizational transformation initiative are implemented successfully, they are responsible for managing resistance to change. When changes come, people want to resist the changes, say, oh, this cannot happen, it's not possible. I've been in this organization for 10 years. I've been in this particular seat for 20 years. It's not possible. This is not. Company is going forward, but they are dragging company forward. Organizational change management need to come back and say, okay, you know what? We understand your concern. Maybe you have been redundant doing one thing or the other. So we are not removing your job. This is what we want to do. This is what you can do. This is what you can do. This is how you'll be relevant for us even after implementing the change. You are able to massage their ego, manage their expectations as one of the trusted parties, and then you get their buy-in and you're able to deliver. If you don't have a good human resource management or people that can manage people's expectation, talk to people, calm them down, most of the changes will always fail because of resistance that your internal people can pose to those changes. So very, very important that you note this particular thing. OCMs are used to manage resistance to changes. Now, there are basically three types of changes in ITIL. Yes, ISO 20000 acknowledges 4 types of changes, but ITIL recognizes only 3. Now, yeah, because they believe that all the changes they are mentioned is also inside this particular 3. So we have what we call standard changes, normal changes, and emergency changes. Now, What is a standard change? A standard change is a low-risk change. A standard change is a pre-authorized change. A standard change is a change in which the risk associated to the change is properly understood by all. It has been analyzed, able to understand, and is properly documented. Both provider and consumer understand the risk involved in that. That is a standard change. It can be implemented without any additional authorization at all in order to streamline the fulfillment workflow of that particular change. So again, standard changes can be handled as a request, as a service request. Example of that is something like changing your mouse. If you say, oh, my mouse is bad, I need to buy a new mouse. So company requests for a mouse. You don't wait for MD to come and approve a mouse. No, that's not possible. So we say, okay, who can service that can approve a mouse? You move on to get the mouse. You need a development server, for instance, or you need something. You need to add a user. You need to add one of the users, include a user, or remove a user from a FirstCentral portal and add another user. All right, these are normal part of delivery that they have signed that they will do for you anytime you come as a consumer of a service. So based on that, these are referred to as standard changes. Are we together? Are we good?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And the second type of change is referred to as normal changes. Now, normal changes are changes that need to be scheduled. They are changes that need to be assessed. They are changes that need to be, how do I put it now, authorized, following a standard change management process. This is the change that CAB sits for. We have what we call change advisory boards. Of course, change advisory board is a seat in an organization where if you grow to a certain level, you can be promoted to become one of the members. You can be appointed to be members of the change advisory board. So the change advisory board, CAB, is actually focused on managing normal changes, not standard changes, not emergency changes. Somebody is talking. Do you have anything to say? Okay, let's proceed. Now, we are saying normal changes are changes that need to be scheduled, assessed, and authorized following a standard process. Of course, change model based on this type of change determines the role of assessment of the change as well as the authorization of that particular change. Initiation of a normal change is triggered by a creation of a change request. A change request released by problem management team. Of course, it can be automated and it can be done manually. And raising a change request by a problem management team pushes the implementation of change outside the scope of problem management into the scope of change management process. That's why we mentioned it here. So it's not change managers that raise requests for change. The request for change is actually raised by the people who investigated the matter and understand the cause of an issue and have a recommendation for solution. We raise a change. The same person that raised the change should not be the authorizer. That person will now allow change management process to go through the process of assessing the risk involved in what they have recommended they want to do to address that issue. So once they get approval, they can now change can proceed to implement those changes. So the problem manager is the one to actually raise requests for change. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And I repeat, now raising requests for change pushes the implementation, the approval to implement a change outside the scope of problem manager and move it to the scope of change manager. Now, so why is this important? We want to ensure that risk is properly assessed, because if I am the one requesting as a problem manager, I am the one approving, risk will not be assessed in that case. So some solution can be recommended to your RFC, then we can analyze it and say, no, based on what you have seen, the impact, the negative impact of this change will be higher than the benefit you are going to get. Based on cost, risk, benefit analysis, we can say, no, we cannot do that. So that's why the two roles need to be separated. In your auction, when your problem manager is your change manager, of course, risk will not be assessed properly. So always separate these two roles. It's part of what internal auditors should actually look at for to make sure these roles are separated. Now, what is an emergency change? Emergency changes are changes that must be implemented as soon as possible. Emergency changes are not typically included in change schedule. Change schedule is what change the normal changes, part of normal changes is what CAB deals with. But in emergency changes, instead of having CAB, we have an ECAB, Emergency Change Advisory Board. The ECAB is responsible for managing emergency changes based on the particular emergency that occurred. It is not a permanent seat. We only form an ECAP once emergency changes arises, and once they are able to meet that need and address it, then that particular body is dissolved. That is how emergency change advisory board functions. So changes that must be implemented as soon as possible. Emergency changes are not typically included in a change schedule, and the process of assessment of the risk involved in emergency changes and authorization of such to proceed is normally expedited to ensure that they can be implemented as quickly as possible. So say, oh, ERP server is down, and somebody say, oh, I'm in training. They say, oh, God, which kind of training? So as you are going home from the training, they're asking you to can resign and go from their place because something emergency has happened. You can't continue to say, I am in training, for instance. So that's what we mean by emergency changes. Again, sometimes people ask you, right, risk is not assessed in emergency changes, and the answer is no. In every change, be it standard change, be it normal change, be it emergency change, risk is assessed. But in standard change, risk has been pre-assessed. In normal changes, the risk assessment follows a standard process or procedure. In emergency changes, risk assessment followed expedited action or process of assessment and authorization before the change can proceed. Are we clear on this?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Now, a person or group who authorizes a change is known as a change authority.
Hello, sorry.
A person, okay. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Please, I want you to analyze that. My name is Jeremy from Crest Microfinance.
Okay.
I want you to assess, to tell me, to reassess that risk involved in that change in the standard.
Okay, risk involved in changes.
And emergency.
I didn't get that. Take your question again.
I want you to retake the risks involved in that changes.
Risk, okay, fine. Every changes come with a risk. Including standard changes comes with a risk. What we are saying is that if you are embarking on a journey of making a change, you need to look at what is the impact, the negative consequences of that particular changes or improvement journey you are embarking on. Risk is uncertainty of achievement of an objective. So when we say something has a risk, means that is there likelihood that this thing may not work? The answer is yes. Is there likelihood that you couldn't attend the class today? The answer is yes. Tomorrow is a program of FirstCentral. You have booked and have ticket and everything. Is there likelihood that you may not meet up and attend the program? The answer is yes. All what you do is to manage that thing, to make sure the risk is managed. So if, for instance, we say, I want to do a change. So the question is, what kind of change I mean is, I say standard change. Oh, standard change, risk has been assessed. What's the risk, for instance, of changing mouse? Is there a risk involved in changing mouse? Let me even ask you that. Anybody here, is there a risk involved in changing a mouse?
No. There is no risk.
The low risk.
There is. The answer is no.
There is.
I don't see any risk.
There is.
Very low.
There is, boys.
All right.
There is.
There is. There is. There is a risk.
There is because it's my home.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. There is a risk involved in changing even mouse. Yes. Now, it depends on where even the mouse will be used. Let's say you have a mouse you're using to restart your server in your data center. All right. It could be that the mouse you are trying to use has a chip embedded inside the mouse. Are you aware? Are you aware that chips can be embedded inside a mouse that you want to plug?
Yes. Yes.
So when the chip is embedded inside a mouse and you plug it, it can collect all the information you have on that system. It can lead to information data breach. That's the truth. There's a risk again involved that you may buy a fake mouse. You might buy a mouse that is not fake. You might buy a mouse that is fake. I mean, you might buy a mouse that within 2 days, the mouse will not work. You might use a wireless mouse, which the battery consumption is very, very high. Anytime before you know it, you are buying battery every day. So instead of that risk, can I buy a wired a wired mouse. Of course, there are different types of risks that's involved in any of these things. But the question is, when we look at them, how those risks, how high are they? If it's something we can manage as an organization, first we proceed to manage the risk. Yes? Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think
All right.
it also depends on the person budget.
I didn't get what you are saying.
Sorry, I say yes, it is okay. It also depends on the person budget.
Of course,
Any
of course.
risk you want
Cost,
to
there's
take, you have
cost
to look at your
implication.
budget.
Yeah. You have to look at your cost. But I know cost is one element to consider in achievement of outcome. But I'm also looking at just risk involved now, not even cost alone. So there's risk involved. So look at what is risk involved in this particular activity, in the changes that you are going to do. So standard changes or you say normal changes. Sometimes somebody can go to a documentation and just alter one line of it or delete one line of a documentation and leave it. And you are setting up all of everything you are doing will fail just by this single one line that you remove from that documentation or that was not added. So somebody can go to a code and alter a single line of code on that place. That can become an issue. Somebody can go to a database and rename a folder. And what you are going to, somebody can go and appoint a server to another. Of course, all these things are different risks that you can actually have. So the question, that's why we say before you change anything, we need to understand what are you changing. This thing you want to change now, can we test it, like somebody mentioned, in a replica of your production environment that is in your test, that is your test environment? Can we test that in? Once we test it and it's now okay, we can now move it to production environment to launch. So without first carrying something to go and make changes in the live server without testing that in a test environment first. That is what we're talking about. So that whether you are embarking on a standard change, a normal change, or a standard change, there is risk involved. Some of those risks could be, like I mentioned, change. Like financial institution, you can write a code on an application that debit one account and credit other account, or that keep crediting one a particular account. You just crediting one naira, two naira from that account. Why is debiting others? Of course, you know that if you have 1 million naira and they remove 1 naira, you might not know there is a reduction in your amount. Am I correct? Are we together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we want to be sure that the changes you are making does not have negative impact on our service we are providing. You can alter do a customization on a service. Do just one modification you do. That modification can address the need you are having at that point in time. You can address that particular need, and fortunately everything working fine without knowing that has introduced an instability in the entire architecture of the system. So that's why it has to be tested. And you need to just not do only functionalities, also do regression testing to check the burden of the changes you have made on the component, on the entire system, or entire architecture of that particular service. So most cases, people don't do that. People just test only testers. That's why we say testers must be separate from developers. Testers must be separate from developers, and testing should be done without an emotion attached to it. Of course, you can do that when you come to our ISTQB courses. We learn about testing when you want that. All right. Okay, so let's proceed. A person or group who authorizes a change is known as a change authority. All right. A person or group who authorizes a change is known as a change authority. Of course, you need to have different change model. Okay, let's go. That's an exam question. That's why I pick it. That's first point. The second one says that all changes should be assessed. Underline the word assess. How many changes? All changes, including altering your documentation, should be what? Assessed. Assessed by who? By people who are able to understand the risk and associated benefit of that particular changes. Then that is semicolon. After that, it says the changes must then be authorized before they are deployed. The person or group who authorizes a change is known as a change authority. Are we together? Then the last here, it says, if it is also important that the correct change authority is assigned to each type of change to ensure that change enablement is not just effective but also efficient. What do we mean by changes being effective and efficient? Can somebody explain that term for me? That changes are both effective and efficient. What does it mean? Nobody. Can anybody explain that term?
I think it would be that the changes.
Explain what? We didn't get the question. Explain what? The network was. What did you say she explained, sir?
Hello.
We said, can somebody explain the this? We said that read this thing first. That it is essential that the correct change authority is assigned to each type of change, of course, depending on the change model you are doing, to ensure that change enablement is both effective and efficient. And I'm asking, what are the things? What does it mean for the changes to be effective and efficient?
Easy and fast.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
this is
Can you hear
Omotoye Friday
Yes,
from
I can.
Lapuladi.
Lapu. Okay,
This is
Lapu,
Omotoye,
speak.
yes, Lapuladi. Now, I see effective change as a change that produces the needed results.
Correct.
Whereas efficient.
Go ahead. Efficient change. Efficiency in change management.
Yes, producing a result without, with maximizing resources. It has to do with resources.
That's what we mean.
Yes.
Can I try?
That's
okay.
Yes, I think he's right. He's right because of our time.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, for instance, if we say all changes should be approved by the MD, will it be effective or efficient? Or can it be both? Can it be effective and efficient?
The MD.
Yes, if you say all changes must be approved by the MD.
Oh, yes, it's both effective and efficient. It is.
No, I think it's only effective.
No, it can be effective.
I think I would say that
It's only effective.
it's only effective. It's not efficient. To be effective, not efficient.
Not efficient.
Thank you. That's what we mean. Now, what does that mean? You cannot, as MD might be in a meeting, can be in board meeting, management meeting, or this in business executive and so on. For the next 1 week, maybe he has not have time to sit down. And you're asking him to approve a mouse. How does that sound? So he's coming to check piles of approval, mouse, RAM, hard drive, this. Those things doesn't really, it's going to be, it might be effective. I say, okay, we are making sure control is there, but it's not efficient. Now, what if I say that all changes should be approved by a service desk?
Approved by who?
A service desk.
Effective and efficient.
Effective and efficient.
Will it be efficient? It will be effective and efficient.
Yes.
No.
It will.
It cannot be effective and efficient.
It won't be efficient. Not possible.
It won't be effective. It will only be efficient.
Thank you. Yes. If you say service desk approved, service desk, it might be efficient because it doesn't have more. It just be approving everything. It's going to be fast. It's going to be fast in terms of time taking to get approval. But it's not going to be effective. Why? Sometimes you may overspend. If, for instance, a service desk, could you please mute yourself, please? If you are listening, remember we are closing by 2 o'clock. So, if, for instance, service desk is approving it, and you see a service desk in an organization, and somebody just requested, maybe the person requesting with no objection might be even the boyfriend, and just place a request, and the request reads like, maybe 300 million, or let's even say something is 300 million, and the service desk that is approving the request has a salary of 30,000 naira or 45,000 naira, or let's say minimum wage of 70,000 now, if that is applicable. Now, the person has said approve, and they give approval of something that was like 300 million, where they have promised the person, don't worry, once you get it, you take your 100 million. And then even if they fire you, no problem. So by the time you look at the person's salary and multiply the salary of the person, 70 times 12, then, and times maybe 35 years in service, add percentage to it, the person still not reach what the person will get. The person can just approve and walk away. At the end of the day, issue because the person is approving what is above the person's paycheck. Are we together? Are we good?
Yes.
Yes. So based on that, what we're saying is assign the correct authority to each type of change, each model of change. So when it's like there are some changes that will be approved by like a services, some will be by a senior manager, some can be approved by a general manager, some can be approved by the MD, some can be approved by the board. So each layer, there must be based on the impact of that change, we determine the level. For instance, your core banking application in financial institutions, in most of the like commercial banks, it's not even approved by the MD. Am I correct? It's not the MD. The board has to approve. Are we together?
The board approves. The board
Yes.
approved.
Okay, so that's exactly what we mean. So you assign the correct change authority to each of the change models for the changes to be effective and efficient. Now, change schedule is another important thing that ITIL does not joke with respect to the examination. Why? Schedule is very, very important. Without a proper scheduling, the work, there will be conflict of interest, conflict of resources, and so on there. So we're saying the change schedule is used to help plan changes, assist in communication, avoid conflict, assign resources. It can also be used after changes have been deployed. Of course, to provide information needed for the incident management, problem management, and also for improvement planning. So these are the what you can use change schedule to do. Because the resources you are using to embark on the change does not belong to you. Let's assume that, let's say a staff or a particular department want to embark on a change, or change management want to do a change. It needs staff from operation, it needs staff from business, it needs staff from HR, it needs staff from those staffs have their own managers they report to. So you cannot just go and carry them without permission from those. So you use change schedule to communicate and people is aware that so changes is happening. Or you are scheduled to attend a training and you're also scheduled to be embark on a change. So we have to look, which one can we shift to make sure that there is no conflict between those resources that is needed to manage the changes. All right. Okay, let's move on. Incident management is another one. Any question on change management, change enablement practice? Any question? Okay. So shall we?
I have a question, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. Please, I need you to buttress more on that effective change. I have a little understanding of it, but I want to have I just need you to buttress more on it.
Okay, on effectiveness of change is that the change is achieving intended results. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I want to do change. What is the intention of this change? So what is the intention of the change? The intention is to, what do I put it now? What do I put? I want to decongest the financial institution by having a mobile application, decongest the banking halls. So I do that. Is he doing it? Yes. We have a mobile application, and the mobile application is helping us to reduce the number of people in our banking halls. So it has been able to decongest it. That means it's effective. That's one of the ways of effectiveness. Then in the process of change approval, the effectiveness of the approval means that the approval process that you are given is within the limit or the scope of the person, the scope of control of the person giving that particular approval means it is effective. So it guarantees that in terms of, let's say, for instance, you want to give approval for withdrawal. I enter your branch to withdraw money. I fill a form and say, I need 10,000 naira to withdraw. Definitely as a teller, will you give me the 10,000 or not? As a teller, if you are a professional as a teller, you pay me, right? Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Teller will pay you 10,000. Then, if I now go to teller and feel I need to transfer 500,000 from my account, do you think the teller will approve it immediately?
No.
No.
So, fine. That is because it is above the limit of that person. So that approval process is being made effective by making sure the teller approves within the limits of what the teller can approve. There are some loans you want to process as a lending organization that the branch manager can authorize. Is that true?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now there is another level of loan that you want to that is beyond the limit of a branch manager to authorize. Is that true?
True.
Yes.
Yes.
So in that regard, that's what we mean to make it effective. We want to understand what is happening. Could it be that branch manager just decide to say, okay, maybe he want to resign and go? He can decide to grant a loan to somebody that's close to the person or whatever without proper assessment that is above the limit. And before you know it, it's okay, branch manager is fired. The branch manager is fired, but he's comfortably going home with the loan that they are not able to recover again. We want to say no. We don't want to do that. So because of that, if the loan is within the limit of what the branch manager can approve, then let him approve. We know at least it's above his paycheck. Then if it's above his paycheck, what we know is above what you can recover from him, let him not be the one to approve such a loan. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yes.
Yes. So that's what it means, yes, to make it effective. That means that particular process is effective. So, but in making it efficient means that, oh, because this particular change now, because it must be approved by the branch manager is sitting down 2 weeks after, loan has not been approved. Every process has been finished. He's just looking at it and no approval. Means that it is not efficient. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we are together.
All right. So can I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. So incident management. What is an incident? An incident is an unplanned interruption to a service you are providing. Incident is a reduction in the quality of service you are providing. Incident is an unplanned interruption. If FirstCentral send you a mail and say, you know what, our service will be down between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. on Sunday evening, is it an incident?
Yes, sir, it's an incident.
Because it's already planned now. The announcement has come, so it's not an incident now.
It's not an incident.
It's not an incident now. It's not an
Exactly.
incident.
It's not an incident because it's planned. That's what I want you to understand.
It's not an incident.
It's
Service
planned.
interruption. Is it not an incident?
Yeah?
Service interruption.
Service interruption is an incident if it was not planned. But if it was planned, maybe they want to run a maintenance of their systems and all the customers, the users are communicated that by so and so time we will be migrating to so and so system, or we are cutting off from one of our into a newest servers or portal. Then so within that period you may not have full service or interrupted service. It is not an incident. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
so because it is planned. If you are starting your server restarts ordinarily, it restarts within 5 minutes. Then after some time, it starts restarting within 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Is it an incident?
It's an incident.
Why?
Because it was not planned.
It's unplanned.
Well, that's not what makes it an incident. What makes it an incident is because it's a reduction in the quality of your service.
Yes.
It is a reduction in the quality. We restart 5 minutes, but now it's taking 20 minutes to restart. That's a reduction in the quality of service. I normally generate a report within 1 minute. I'm not generating a report within 5 minutes. That's the reduction in the quality. We have to say what is going on. Can you check what is going on so you can be able to optimize the process? Are we together? Are we together?
Sir.
All right. So again, now the incident management purpose is to minimize the negative impact of incidents by restoring your normal service operation as quickly as possible. The key word to incident management is quickly as possible. Incident management. Incident is a symptom of a problem. Incident is not the cause of a problem. So based on that, all what we are asking you is, you know what? Restore my service. You can go and investigate what is causing it on your own. But I need my service to be back. So incident managers focus on restoring service operation as quickly as possible. The business is calling you. My customers are calling, they cannot generate report. Please, I need them to generate report. Incident manager must focus on getting the service back. Whether you want to give alternate means of generating report or any other means of solving that issue, all what they want is they need reports now. That is what incident is all about. So incident, the essence is to make sure we reduce the negative impacts of that incident by restoring the service delivery as quickly as possible. Now, incident management processes. There should be a formal process for logging and managing incidents. Of course, this process should not usually include detailed procedures for how to diagnose, investigate, and also resolve incidents, but can provide techniques for making investigation and diagnosis more efficient. Now, take note of that first point. Incident management, we need to have a formal process of logging or managing incident that is established. You need to have a documented procedure or a workflow for incident management on how incidents should be logged. We understand. It should be acknowledged. We understand. It can be escalated when you are not resolving within time limit. We understand. That's a normal process. So you can ask people some fundamental questions to understand the incident they are going through, what is causing that particular outage. Now, we are saying that now, the process of investigation, investigating the cause of an incident or an outage or a disruption is not part of incident management. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Are we together? Yes.
Yes, we
so
are together.
Incident management process does not usually include, underline that word, does not usually include detailed procedure for how to diagnose the incident, investigate the incident, or to resolve the incident. However, it can provide a techniques for making investigations and diagnosis more efficient. So when you're asking somebody, oh, network is down. Somebody say network is down. It's okay. So what happened? What kind of system are you using? Are you using a desktop or a laptop? Is it a desktop or this? Okay. Are you using a wireless or is it are you using a cable? Say I'm using a cable network to connect. The cable, is it connected? Can you check and be sure it's connected? So you're asking this fundamental question. Oh, it's not connected though. So okay, please, can you connect the cable now? You connect the cable there. Have you seen the message? Yes. Okay, it's blinking now. Can you refresh the message? Go check. Is it? Oh, it's browsing now. That's case closed. The value stream closed. Issue resolved. Now, you can also ask all those questions and investigating all those cases. At the end of the day, the issue is not resolved before you take an action. Now, let me ask a simple question. Is there any of us that have ever called MTN line before to like 180 or any of those things to make inquiry or to ask maybe a complaint? Maybe you load data, you did not enter or whatever, you are calling MTN or you are calling something like DSTV. Have you done something like that before?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What do you notice when you make the call?
Okay. Some information they'll first ask, do you want to be serviced in English or Hausa? And then they will tell you to keep your ID, user ID very, very handy because you're going to be needing it. Then they will pass you on to one question before they will even answer it to an agent.
Thank you. Now, that process is what is called running a script on you. So that's why it says there may be script for collecting information from user during initial contact. Of course, this may lead to directly to diagnose and resolve simple incident. That's what they are doing. They are running a script on you. So when they have certain questions, you notice that if you are making that call and the call cuts, you call back again, or maybe your airtime or whatever finish, you call back again. What happens? Did they start from where they stop?
No, it starts all over again.
They start all over again. They start afresh. That's what it means running a script. Those people, the same question. If you call the 20 people there on the seat or different places, they ask you the same fundamental questions. That's what we mean running a script. So investigation of more complicated incidents often requires heuristic knowledge and expertise, rather than what following steps or procedures. That is what we refer to as problem management. Now, there are usually separate process of managing major incident or information security incidents. That's an exam question as well. So information security incident or complex or incidents are managed through a separate process. We don't use their normal incident management process in service management to handle information security incidents. That's what we're trying to say. So organizations should design their incident management practice to provide appropriate management and resolution allocation to different types of incidents. What do we mean? You cannot go and carry all your staffs and put in resolving simple incidents where there are incidents that actually have a higher impact on the business of the consumers. So that's why I say incidents with a low impact must be managed efficiently to ensure that they do not consume too many resources. And that's why for you to resolve incidents in a place where your capacity is lower than your demand, what do? You prioritize your incidents. When there's a divergence between capacity and demand, you prioritize your incident. Now, prioritizing means you are prioritizing based on the impact the incident has on the business of the consumer. You are prioritizing based on the impact of that incident on the business of the consumer. So, for instance, if something has high impact and more likelihood of occurrence, you have to treat that one first. So, based on that, we prioritize based on impact of the a disruption on the business of the consumer. You prioritize and solve the high impact ones first, but low impact incidents should be treated. That's why we do call review. Now, what do you mean by call review? Call review can come in and say, okay, we have 20 incidents or 200 incidents this week. We have been able to deal with, let's say, 150 incidents, but there are 50 that is remaining we have not talked. At the end of the week, we can sit down and review all pending incidents and check how many of the incidents are approaching the breach of the SLA terms of that incident. Because incident, we say that we will resolve a particular incident, for instance, for 4 hours, or for 2 days, or for 4 days, or thereabout. But some of them are about breaching that time because it's a low priority incident. Now, if they breach that SLA terms, it also comes with a penalty to you. So that's the reason why we do a call review to check all pending incidents that's about breaching SLA, and then we increase the priority of that incident by increasing the urgency. Then we address them. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes.
All right. So incident with Thank you. Incident with low priority must be managed efficiently. Don't spend too much time on low priority incidents while high priority incidents are not being attended to. So we use what is called incident classification to prioritize incidents based on the impact on their business. Now, incidents with a larger impact may require more resources or more complex management to handle. So you can stay here and say, oh, we need more experienced hand, we need more resources to be used to resolve this particular incident. You draft them until the incident is resolved. All right. Now, who can resolve an incident? Incident may be diagnosed, incident may be resolved by people in many different groups, depending on the complexity of the issues or the incident types. There are basically 5 layers incident can be resolved. The first layer is that incident can be resolved by the users themselves using what is called self-help tools. Using what is called self-help tools. And of course, that is possible when you have documented all. Like I said, the history of your resolutions can be documented in your knowledge base. Then you now create a self-help tool that actually gives you your frequently asked questions, for instance, or some of the issues that you currently frequently occurs. Then you point them to solutions that have been provided in the past. Then users can use that to address their incident without reporting to you. So incidents can be resolved by users themselves using a self-help tools. Or not, of course, even when this happens, we must make sure that we capture all incidents resolved through self-help tools. So that's why I say use of specific self-help records should be captured for use in measurement and improvement of those activities to know how many incidents did we capture that came in and that was resolved through self-help tools. Is there a way we can upgrade this? Can we optimize it? Can we increase what people can do by themselves without us being overwhelmed by the work that is being sent to us? Then some incidents will now be resolved by a help desk themselves, because the service desk, service desk will resolve some incident by herself without escalation. The role of a service desk is not to resolve incident. The role of a service desk is to provide communication when incident occurs. When there is disruption, the service desk should be involved in managing communication between the users and the provider of a service. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So the service desk manages the communication. So based on that, we are not measuring service desk only by the quality of incident the service desk can resolve. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Erdi from Chris Microfinance Bank. I want you to distinguish between service desk and help desk.
Service desk is what we use in ITIL. ITIL uses service desk. Help desk is actually a tool used by service desk to deliver its function. Are we together?
Yeah.
So you can have a help desk tool. So some people call it service desk. So a tool used by a service desk is actually a help desk. So, but what ITIL handles as a practice is service desk, not help desk. So what you can see when you're talking about ITIL from now till tomorrow is service desk. There's no practice. So yes, there's no practice called help desk in ITIL. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. All right. Now, some incidents will be resolved by the service desk. So service desk can actually resolve some incidents. Why? Because as technical team are passing some resolutions through service desk to the users, they keep learning. They keep increasing in their knowledge. So they can start solving some incidents that has been solved before by technical team or by even the partners. So that's the reason one of the weakest team auction does is not documenting issues that they are using, they have been resolved before, and the symptoms to which the solution can actually apply, especially the ones that even coming from the partners and suppliers where they need to pay anytime they need to solve the issue. That means you keep going back and you keep paying because they are paying for those services. But if you can document those things anytime it comes, that will form your knowledge base we are using in managing the subsequent incidents. So some incidents will be resolved by services. Incidents that cannot be resolved by services will be escalated to the support team. So that's the reason why, if, for instance, if you have a client support and you have a support team by the side, the client support has to be properly supported by this technical team at the back, because they are the one to be providing most of the issues that they cannot resolve. They or just escalate to them. They resolve it and pass it back to the client support. Client support can now get in touch to the users. So some issues will be escalated to the client support, to the support team who provide the technical knowledge needed to do this. In order to do this, services must have a proper understanding of incident category. Category means we are assigning incident to correct support area to make sure you fasten the resolution time. Now, what do I mean? If you have an application issue, call banking application, you should send to call banking support team. When you have a network incident, you send to network team. When you have database issue, send to database team. When you have what do you call it again? Any of the issues should have a particular area that owns that issue. So a service there that have understanding of the incident categorization will always get issues resolved faster by making sure it's sent to the correct support area. If not, the incident will be rolling around different support areas before getting to the person that should address it. Of course, elongating the time needed to resolve the incident. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So it says typically the routing is based on incident category, which should help incidents, which should help identify the correct support area. Incident that is not able to, the support team may not be able to resolve some certain incidents. It should now be escalated to partners and suppliers that provide that particular product or service. For instance, if you are using a Finacle as a core banking application, you notice that you have support team in-house that supports you. Any incident you report to a Finacle team that your team internal is not able to respond, we send it, log it in your tech online. The tech online will now send it to the company that provide the Finacle, like CWG, who is a partner to the bank that provided. Then at the same time, it can be escalated to Infosys that supply that particular software. Are we together? Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes.
We are with you.
Okay. All right, because I'm hearing some noise. That's why. So some of those noise comes as a distraction as well.
Let them mute now. I'll mute.
No, yeah, the people should mute, but also when I'm talking, I can't hear your voice. It also discourages me. All right. Okay. So let's go. Yeah, so let's go. So we are now saying that incidents can be escalated to suppliers or partners who offer support for the products and services that they supply. Now, the most complex incidents are major. All major incidents often require a temporary team. So you can decide to say, oh, users are not able to resolve the incident. They sent to services. Services was not able to resolve the incident. Services sent to support team. Support team was not able to resolve the incident. Then we escalated to partners and suppliers. They were not able to resolve the incident on their own. What do? Then call the whole group together to resolve the incident. So we can now have users, support team, partners and suppliers, and all other stakeholders will now be involved. Then we now form a group, temporary group, to look at that incident. And once we resolve it, then that particular group is also dispersed as well. So that is another way. So this team may include representatives of many stakeholders, including the service provider, suppliers, and users. Again, some of the extreme cases may be treated as a disaster. Yes. So if it goes beyond the scope of incident management, it can be seen as a disaster. So because disaster recovery plan cannot be invoked to resolve those disasters. Incident is not the same thing as disaster, but they are similar. Now, what is the difference between incident and disaster, if I may ask? Yeah? Does anybody know? Are they everybody muted again? Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead. Daudu.
Yes.
Daudu, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Daudu.
Yeah.
From Ishua MFB. Yes,
Okay.
incident is when an event happens. Usually, it's not going to be an event that will be give a positive. It's not going to be a positive incident. What do you call it? Event that happened in the organization. In most cases, you may not have foreseen it. Meanwhile, when you say disaster, it means it's gone beyond just an event, which is something that if care is not taken, might even end up closing the organization or resulting in major loss.
Okay, that's correct. Now, in the function, when we talk about incident and disaster, in the aspect of risk, all of them is management of risk. Both incident and disaster is risk management. Now, risk is a function of impact and likelihood of occurrence. Are you with me?
Yes.
Now, so the difference between incident and disaster is this. Now, we are managing risk, assuming they have the same level of risk, both disaster and incident. Incident has, hello?
Hello?
We're listening to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Incident has a higher impact and incident has a higher likelihood of occurrence, but lower impact. While disaster has a higher impact, but lower likelihood of occurrence. Are you clear? Did you get that?
We do.
Yes, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
We do.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Come again.
So with respect to risk management, both incident management and disaster is actually a risk management. Incident is a risk management approach. Your disaster risk is a risk management approach. But both of them, the function, risk is a function of impact and likelihood. So when we talk about incident, it has a lower impact on the business of the consumer. Is that true?
That's incident.
Yes,
Yes, it is.
Yes, but when you now talk disaster, disaster has a lower likelihood of occurrence, but has a higher impact if it materializes.
Yes, very true.
So that's it. So that's the major difference between incident and disaster.
Also,
yes.
Also, an incident can be an unexpected event.
Both incident and disaster are unexpected. You didn't plan for them.
Mm-hmm.
So did you plan for a disaster?
No.
No plan for it, but it has higher impact. It can tarnish a lot of things.
Yeah.
But
So I just
be mitigated.
Both are unplanned.
Both incident and disaster is unplanned. Both are not desirable. Both of them are not desirable. So both of them can lead to unavailability of a service. But the question is, what is the impact of disaster? What is the impact of incident? So once the impact becomes too high, what incident can manage? We can now invoke our disaster recovery plan, or our BCP, business continuity plan, can be invoked. All right.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
So what of business continuity?
Yes, I just mentioned BCP now. Do you understand? Your business continuity comprises both incident, both disaster recovery, and your business continuity plan is embedded inside. At the lower level in your triangle for your business continuity plan, you see the disaster recovery, this thing. Disaster focuses on tools. That's your sorry, DR focus on recovery of your database, your assets, your tools, and so on. But your BCP encompasses both disaster recovery and your business continuity plan. Is that okay? Are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Can
you
you
speak
repeat that
up?
again?
Can you speak up?
I said yes, but it's not too clear. But I don't also want to drag.
Okay, hold on. When we say business continuity, you do that because you are dragging me into BCMS, business continuity management system. Yes, business continuity management system. That's where you're taking me to. In BCP or business continuity, what we try to do is first and foremost document the context of the organization. In the context documentation, we are able to find out what is the purpose of our organization, what is our major product and services that we provide, what are the dependencies, what are the activities that support the production of that product or services, what are the activities that support them, what are what you call it again, the people, the tools that we use, the resources that is needed to produce that product and services. So we now look at those as, okay, what are the things that can cause that my service not to be available to the consumers? We look at those things that can be available, meaning that I'm looking at my prioritized activities by conducting what we call business impact analysis using ISO 22317. That is a guidance in the conduct of business impact analysis. You can write that down and check it. Hello, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you,
we are with you, sir.
Okay, so you conduct a business impact analysis to identify what you call prioritized activities. So those prioritized activities that can hinder you from achieving your business objective or delivering your products and services, you will now come back to do a risk assessment on those things. All right, you do that in clause 8.1 of your ISO implementation. Plus 8.2 of your ISO implementation, you do those things. Business impact analysis and risk assessment. Both of them can be done. Either you do business impact before or you do risk assessment before you do business impact. It depends on you. But of course, I always recommend to my clients that you first conduct your business impact analysis before you do risk assessment, so that you don't conduct risk assessment on too many things and leave the major things. So first, identify your prioritized activities, then conduct business impact and your risk assessment on the prioritized activities. How do I do that? By asking myself, what can go wrong on my prioritized activities? What is the likelihood that that thing that can go wrong will go wrong? What is the impact if what can go wrong should go wrong? Then I can now go and look for what can I do to reduce the likelihood or the impact of that thing from going wrong, or from if it go wrong, how do I do the impact of that? These 4 basic questions is what we use in doing risk assessment. Remember, your risk assessment comprises of 3 major things because you are taking me out now, which is called first risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. Risk evaluation has to do with comparing your risk to your risk acceptance criteria. So those are the things you are going to. After that, you now create a strategy to manage your continuity of your businesses. If, for instance, a Dangote refinery have an issue with supply of crude oil as one of the critical raw materials of refinery, the question is, if I'm dependent on Nigerian government to provide me and there is a crisis in Rivers State, what else can I do as a Dangote? Can I build my refinery in such a way that I can source for crude oil from alternate sources? Then if maintenance can cause scarcity, can I have a reservoir of fuel that will make sure that I can have a reservoir of fuel that can take me a period of 1 month, 2 months prior to before I can finish my maintenance services? These are different strategies or solutions you have to. When you create a strategy, you create a solution to achieve that thing. After you create a solution, you create a plan to meet the solution. When you create a plan, finish, you now create what you call a simulation. You now simulate that particular plan, do a role play, and all the things to understand that. Then you evaluate, means you audit what you have done. That is what we do in exercising of your management system. When you do conduct of exercises in clause 8.5, then after that you document what you have, you evaluate what you have done, and then you document it. Then you can now say, yes, you are fully prepared to manage your business continuity or not. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Are you
Thank
with
you
me?
so much. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you need more class, you can come for BCMS.
Yes.
Yes. So you can come for BCMS. We can give you that. Lead implementer, lead auditor in BCMS can address all these issues and tell you how to implement and how to manage all these things I mentioned there right now. All the clauses 8.1, 0.2 up to 8.6 of your implementation. So we can address that during your implementation. All right. Okay, so IT service management tools. Now, information about incidents should be stored in an incident records in a suitable tool. It is important that people working in an incident provide a good quality update in a timely fashion. That's the role that incident managers, that the service desk helps them to achieve. Sometimes people are not angry with you that you are not providing service or that they have an incident, but because they send an incident request and nobody acknowledge it, nobody acted on it, of course, the person will be upset that he said, oh, I've sent an incident. I had an incident. I sent a mail. I send you this particular incident and nobody, you said I should report. I have reported, but it's not even acknowledged. It's not even acted upon. So that can get subscribers, I can get them worried. They can become angry because of that attitude. So that's why we say we must manage the communication. When incidents occur, when somebody said, I say, even when you do not have a solution, acknowledge it first. Let them be aware that you are aware you are working on the incident that they have logged in. But when you don't do that, you are making the person angry. Are we together?
Good afternoon.
Yes.
You're away from Crest Microfinance Bank.
Okay.
Incident. Sorry, are you with me?
I'm with you. Go ahead.
You know, on the service desk.
Yes.
You know, when you log a fault,
yes,
it's being recorded.
Yes.
And I believe that faults should be timed.
Are you the one that is playing music by your side?
No, I'm not. I'm not playing.
Okay, go ahead. Somebody should mute. Go ahead. Speak.
I'm not playing music.
No problem. Go ahead. Proceed.
In a service desk, to help desk or service.
I cannot get you. You are cutting.
Sorry. When you log a complaint.
Yes.
You know, it imports to the complaint box.
Yes. Depending on the application you are using. Go ahead. I understand what you are saying.
Resolution time should be there.
Yes.
Resolution.
Okay.
That's my decision. Doing resolve the thing on time. Impact. It will have a negative impact on the user. On the.
Of course.
Attend to the request.
Okay, I think I'm getting a bit of what you are trying to say, even though I didn't get you very clear. But if I understand you very well, at the point of logging an incident, you are saying incident should be classified. Incident should be classified based on the impact it has on the business.
Bet.
That is the slide you are looking at in your board. Yes. If you can look at the slide, it said incident management can have an enormous impact on customers and user satisfaction and on how customers and users perceive the service provider. Now, if people are saying FirstCentral is good, one of the reasons, like I listened to them talk, is that they always respond on time to whenever there is an issue. Am I correct? Are we together? Their prompt response to incident. Okay, that is what
they do.
They do, yes, I know. So a lot of people have confirmed that their response time is spot on. It's not perfect. We are always improving it, and that's what everybody is actually striving towards, that improvement. So I said incident should be logged, incident should be managed to ensure that it is resolved in a time that meets the expectations of the customers and users. Of course, this expectation should be documented in the SLA by the service level manager. We are still going to touch that if time permits us. SLMs. Are we together? So that expectation should be said, oh, if issue like this happen, it will be resolved within 4 hours. If this level of issue happen, it will be 1 day. If this issue happen, it should be 2 days. So we should categorize them on that level. Then that is what we use to measure whether it's bridging the terms of SLA or not. These are part of what we refer to as mean time to restore issues and so on. All right. So we say that expectation must be made clear. Then again, target resolution times should be agreed with the service level manager, SLM, and the customers. Then it should be documented and it should be communicated to both the consumers and the support team providing the support to ensure that those things are realistic. Sometimes you can be a support staff, even you as a bank, you do the same thing. That's what I'm talking about now. As a lending institution or any auction that you are, you have people you are providing service to. So you must have an agreement on the time you will provide this, meet them up. If I have an issue with you, that's my loan, you say disbursed, I've finished paying, and you said I'm not paying. That time you are now you owe me a responsibility to update my record on time, you yourself as a lender. So it is your responsibility to make sure you follow up with the credit bureaus to update my record with the credit bureaus as well. So as credit bureaus coming back to you to request for such update, you have to provide it for them on time. That's a way of satisfying that your user or the customers who have borrowed money through your financial institution. Are we together?
Yes.
Yes. So the timeline to resolve the issue should be made realistic. It should be communicated to the people that are providing the support. But what happens in many auctions is that the support team providing the support, some of them have not even seen the terms of the SLA that was signed. Very, very pathetic. So the support team must understand what is the terms of SLA signed with each of the organizations they are providing service for, to know what is the terms. If this should happen within so and so hours, so and so days, this should be resolved. They should be aware so as they work and make sure they meet up with such targets. Now, incidents are normally prioritized based on the impact of that incident on the business of the consumer. All right, so incidents are prioritized based on agreed classification to ensure that incidents with the highest business impact are resolved first. So it's actually based on the impact of the incident on the consumer's business, not on the provider's resources. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir. We are together.
Yes, yes.
Thank
yes.
you. All right, so let me see.
We are together. We are together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, problem management. Now, what is a problem? That's another practice we are looking at. Remember, we're looking at 7 key practices. 7. We are looking at objective of 15 others, including the 7 anyway. So this is another one we are looking at. We've dealt with change management. We've dealt with incident management, and we are now in problem management. What is problem? Problem is a cause or potential cause of an incident. Problem is underlying factor responsible for occurrence of an incident. Incident is a symptom. Incident is not a problem. And we do not promote incident to problem. Say, oh, this incident has stayed too much, let's promote a problem. That's a wrong language. We don't promote incident to problem. A symptom does not become the cause of an issue. Are we together? So, a problem is a cause or potential cause of prior, current, or future incidents. Example, if you're having a headache is only a symptom of a particular sickness in your body. Headache does not cause malaria. Is it true?
It can trigger it.
Yes, malaria causes headache.
Did you see what somebody, did you see what somebody said? Somebody says that headache can trigger malaria, right?
Constant.
Okay, so headache can cause malaria.
Yes.
Is it?
I never
Sorry,
knew.
is headache
Malaria that can cause headache.
Malaria cannot cause malaria. Rather,
Headache cannot cause malaria.
Generate headache.
Okay, all right.
Common studies malaria to headache.
I love that. So again, if you are a support staff here and you are saying that headache can trigger malaria, that means you are part of those that promote incident to problem. Now, malaria could be one of the causes of headache. Headache can be caused by many things. All right? So when you are having headache, does not mean that you are having malaria either. True of us?
True.
Yes.
True. True.
So lack of rest can cause headache.
Yes.
Stress can cause headache.
Yes.
Malaria can cause headache. Short of blood can cause headache. There are so many things that can cause headache. So headache is only a symptom. So meaning that incident is a symptom to a problem. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Incident is a symptom of a problem. So problem is the potential cause or cause of a prior incident or current incident or future. It's like the Yorubas we say. Yorubas we have an adage that says the ant that eats the leaf is inside the leaf. Am I correct?
Say it in Yoruba now. Correct.
Say it. Yoruba person, say it.
Kòkòrò tó ń jẹwé inú ewé ló wà.
Kòkòrò tó ń jẹ̀fọ́ ìjẹ̀fọ́ ló wà.
Inú ẹ̀fọ́ ló wà.
Kòkòrò tó jẹ̀fọ́.
Inú ẹ̀fọ́ ló wà.
Okay, so you can see that I have a lot of people that are supporting me here. So that's what what is eating the leaf. Now, what is eating the leaf is inside the leaf. So the headache did not just come. Something triggered a headache. The symptom we are talking about is incident. The question is, if incident happens, the question is what caused the incident? That thing that caused incident is what we refer to as a problem. Are we together?
Yes.
Now, so what do we do to understand what caused it? We do analysis of the incident records. So we do a problem. So a known error is a problem that has been analyzed but has not been resolved. It's called a known error. It has been analyzed but it has not been resolved. It's a known error. For instance, somebody says, oh, they have investigated this person, but the person has HIV. That's a known error. Am I correct? So what do we do? Doctors will start managing the person. Though some people say there's drug for it or this and that. I don't know how people that have it available. But it's not a situation. Having HIV or having AIDS is a known error. We have analyzed it. We know the causes. So when somebody is having some immune deficiency, when somebody is having headaches, having any challenge, we know, oh, because this person has HIV. But does he have a solution? Maybe none. Doesn't have a solution yet. So that means we keep managing it. That's what it means. So a known error is a problem that has been analyzed but has not been resolved. Then what is then a workaround? A workaround is a temporary solution we are using to manage a problem which solution is not yet available or is available but has not yet been justified or implemented in terms of cost, risk, and benefit before we can implement it. So we use workaround to manage it. So workaround is a solution that reduces or eliminates the impact of an incident or a problem for which a full resolution is not yet available. Of course, some workaround can also reduce the likelihood of occurrence because problem management is a form of risk management. Now, risk management focus on reducing impact or reducing likelihood of occurrence. If I want to reduce a risk on something, what do I need to do? I go to the source of the risk to check what is the impact. The impact of this thing, like somebody have a brand new car, for instance. Now, I try to insure it. What has the person done? Has the person reduced the likelihood of an accident happening or reduced the impact of an accident? What did the person reduce by insuring the car?
The impact of an accident.
Impact of the likelihood, yes. So, but the person driving safely or driving carefully can reduce the likelihood of accident occurring. Am I correct? But that does not reduce the impact if accident should happen. So that's what we're trying to say. So workaround is a solution that we use in risk management or in problem management, because problem management is a special case of risk management. So workaround is a solution that reduces or eliminate the impact. Impact is one of the components of risk. So it eliminates the impact of an, or reduce the impact of an incident or a problem for which a full resolution is not yet available. A good example, I just mentioned something like somebody went to hospital and they say it's diagnosed of HIV. So they already, the diagnosis is out, result is out, they know the result, what the sickness is all about, but there is no fix yet on that particular thing. So we can be managing that thing. Doctors can be giving some treatment to manage it. So that's what they are reducing the impact of that sickness on the person. So, but another way is to now implement a solution that can also reduce the likelihood of occurrence of that particular thing. So these are the three things we have under problem management. And again, what is the purpose of problem management? The purpose is to reduce the likelihood and impact of incident by identifying actual and potential causes of incident and managing workarounds and known errors. Are we together? Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, so problem management, the purpose is to reduce the likelihood of occurrence of an incident or reduce the impact of an incident by identifying the actual causes of the incident or potential causes of an incident. Of course, creating a temporary way of managing it. They're managing those temporary ways and also managing the identified, the particular diagnosis or that particular issue we are having. Anytime it occurs, we can actually apply the known errors. Now, problem and incident are related, but they are managed through different processes. Now, problem are related to incident, but they should be distinguished as they are managed in a different ways. Incidents have a great impact on users or business processes. Incident must be resolved so that normal business activity can take place. That is incident management for you. Incident is opposite of availability of a service, but problem are the causes of incident. Problem are the causes of incidents. Problems requires diagnosis. Problem requires investigations. Problem requires a proper study, analysis of the causes, then developing a temporary way of managing it when we cannot have a permanent fix. And of course, recommending a long-term resolution of such that particular impact. Sorry, such particular problem, a long-term solution to that particular problem or cause of a disruption. So, of course, this temporary way or workaround can actually reduce the number or impact of future incidents. The problem management has three phases. The three phases are sequential, so they are not scattered. What are the first phase of problem management is identification of the existence of a problem. Then once the problem identification has happened through trend analysis or analysis of duplicate issues within your services, then you can identify the problem. The next thing is for us to control or to contend that particular thing. That's what is called containment, meaning that cut off the particular area that is involved so that we limit the spread of that particular issue. For instance, if antivirus, we notice that there's a virus spread within the organization. As a network person, one of the person you do is to look at, okay, which subnet is being affected by the virus. You can cut off the subnet from the rest before you now come down to investigate the system that's actually carrying that particular virus. The only way you resolve it, you can now connect the subnet back. Am I correct? Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Yes, sir. We are
all right.
together.
So, okay, so we have what is called problem control, and we now have what is called error control. So, in the exam question, you can be tested to ask which of these are the three phases of problem management: problem control, problem identification, error control, problem control, problem identification, error control, problem identification, problem control, error control. So they can twist it like that. So to expect you to understand the flow is from identification of the existence of a problem, making sure there's containment or controlling the spread of that problem or the impact of the problem on the business, and then making sure that the errors actually being controlled. Is that okay? Now, many problem management activities rely on knowledge and experience of staffs, heuristic knowledge, rather than on following detailed procedures. People responsible for diagnosing problems often need the ability to understand complex systems and to think about how different failures might have occurred. Now, problem identification. Problem identification activities identify and log problems. These include performing trend analysis or your incident records, performing trend analysis of your incident records. So if, for instance, we have 20 incidents, 30 incidents, 100 incidents that is open, then problem manager is okay, we're having this, can we look at this? We'll study this and notice that, oh, one of the incidents is coming from API-related issues only. So we can say, okay, which of the APIs is giving us this particular issue? Oh, REST API or the SOAP API, which of the APIs? Then we go straight to that particular API having issue to identify what is wrong with that particular API. So once we saw, notice that, oh, over 10 or 20 incidents we have before has been resolved by solving that particular problem. So again, that is what is called performing trend analysis to understand from the incident record where the issues are coming most, or duplicate occurrence of an issue. Or let's say, for instance, oh, First Bank have issue, Zenith Bank has issue, Eco Bank has issue, is it what do you call it? Microfinance Bank has an issue, and Microfinance Bank has an. So when we look at all the people having issue at the same time, say, oh, when it's happening up to 2, 3, 4 organizations like that, say, oh, that's a duplicate issue. Or when it has happened before in account belonging to Kenechukwu today, tomorrow it happens again to them. Next tomorrow they say, okay, so can we investigate on the data that is being supplied by Kenechukwu Microfinance Bank to know that means this is peculiar to them alone. So that is part of what we do in problem analysis. So we look at the decision of duplicate or recurring issue by users, by service desks, and also technical support staffs. Of course, during major incident management, there could be a way of identifying the existence of a problem as well, due to identifying risk that an incident could occur or reoccur somewhere else. Performing analysis of information received from suppliers or partners that provide the services. And again, analyzing information received from internal software development team, the test team, or the technical or project management team. So there could be other sources where we can actually identify the sources of our problems and make sure we now find the solution to those sources of incidents. The second phase, having identified that incidents, there are sources of problem. Now, if we have 3, 4, 5 sources of problem, it is not a must we focus on resolving all the 5 at the same time. The question is, which of the problem has the highest impact on the business activity? Let's take, for instance, that we have like 10 banks being affected by a particular issue, while we have another bank having only issue with their data. Of course, we have to focus first on solving the one that involves up to 10 banks before we address the one that involves only one particular bank. So that's what we call problem analysis. So problems are, yes?
I want to go inside this. Sorry. There is no umbrella. So after I post the umbrella, no, I have to.
I don't understand what you are saying.
There are more than 400 participants. It's not only your bank, all the banks.
Sorry.
Please mute if you are not asking a question. Please mute.
Exactly. Please. Please help us and help yourself as well. Now, let me tell you, some of us may not understand what FirstCentral is doing for you, but over the distance.
Hello,
by
sir.
the time, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Francis from Lapoladi.
Okay.
So you said, assuming we have, let's say 10 banks have issues that have a high impact issue. Maybe one does have kind of a manual. We should first focus on those 10. Now, what if the manual, though it is manual, seen as manual, it's really affecting that one also?
Okay.
So it is manual, but the impact is more on that than the higher one of those things. How do we deal with it?
Because I understand you. That is what is called, yes, I understand what there could be something that be minor but major. In the sense, it could be 20% of my customers that give me 80% of my income. Do you understand that? Something is affecting 20% of my customers. You're looking as if, oh, the other 80 are okay, but 20% is being affected. But these 20% that is affected are the ones that give me, based on Pareto principle, they are the ones that give me 80% of my income. Which one do you expect me to focus on? Of course, I will look at the ones that, the 20% that gives me 80% of my income is what I'm addressing.
The 80% of the income.
Yes, that's based on Pareto principle. So it's not based on this thing. So that's why we say the impact. Let's look at the impact it has, because it has a higher impact. Is that okay? Is that okay? Are we together?
Yes, we are together. Go ahead.
Thank you. So somebody might see, for instance, that a company is having an issue. Maybe 10 companies are having an issue, and Dangote company is having an issue. And they say, okay, these 10 companies should wait. Let me address Dangote issue first. Like the vice president said that Dangote is not a person, it's an institution. So in that regard, what do you expect? So if somebody can provide over 10% of the revenue of a particular state, for instance, so you now want the state to support the other people that are contributing, maybe 80 companies that cannot give you 1% of the revenue. Of course, you have to support the one that gives you a higher distance. That's Pareto principle. Okay? Shall we?
Yes,
We
yes.
shall.
So, okay,
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
the person from Lapo, I hope your question is well answered now.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, so now problem analysis, we are saying the problems are prioritized for analysis based on the risk that they pose, and they are managed as risk-based on their potential impact and the probability or likelihood of occurrence of those problems. Now, it is not essential, it is not important that you analyze every single problem you are aware of. No, it is more valuable, it is more beneficial that to make significant progress on the highest priority problems than to investigate every minor problem that the organization is aware of. Now, when you start your problem analysis, you can actually document your work around before you start the analysis of your problem, during the analysis of your problem, or after problem analysis. You can document your work around at any stage. Are we together? Document the workaround. The workaround should go along with the appropriate symptom to which the workaround should be applied. So document it as a known error, document the workaround, even when you are in the problem control phase. So even when you have not gone to error controls, but at the end of the day, you need to go back to update based on their final findings. Now, workarounds. Like I said, when a problem cannot be resolved quickly, when it is not cost beneficial, maybe to implement a solution that you have at that time, it's often useful to find and document a workaround for future incidents. Now, based on an understanding of the problem, now workarounds are documented in problem records. This can be done at any stage. It does not need to wait for analysis to be completed. Now, if a workaround has been documented early in problem control, get what I'm saying? You can document at any stage of your analysis, before, during, or after analysis. But if it has been documented early in problem control phase, which is the second phase of problem management, then this should also be reviewed and improved after problem analysis has actually been completed. Now, an effective incident workaround can become a permanent way of dealing with some problems when resolving the problem is not cost effective, or when it's not viable. Of course, in this case, the problem remains in the known error status, and the documented workaround is applied should related incidents occur. Every documented workaround should include a clear definition of symptoms to which it applies. In some cases, workaround application can as well be automated. Now, the last phase of your problem management is called error control. Now, error control activities include managing your known errors. What does that mean? What does that mean? Now, it means that we know that this particular person, doctors know, okay, this person is an HIV patient. So anytime the person comes, they have to administer some drug or some palliative to manage that particular person. That is what is called error control. So that you can limit the effect, limit the pain, and all the things the person is going through to just manage the person. The person can still and live longer before the person pass on. That's what we're trying to say in this. For instance, I had a case when I was involved in support of a system. That was far back as early as maybe 2007 or thereabouts. There was a system called GS270 system that I was supporting then. All of a sudden, that system, Dell, was showing an amper light. Once it has a noise, just hear one kind of noise, bam, the next thing, amper light. And after proper investigation, noticed that, oh, the VGA, everything was intact, but the system could not come up again. We took it down to Dell Center. Dell investigated it and then discovered that, yes, there was a default in the motherboard of the those systems. Now, instead of changing the components, what actually spoiled in the motherboard, they decided to change the entire motherboard altogether. So all the systems that was having that problem, then Oceanic Bank then had they had that in law. They were using pickups to bring the systems back. MTN had the system then, and other companies that were using that system because it was a very portable, lovely system then, desktop. Everybody was just bringing the system back. Now, replacement of the motherboard, anytime it happens, there was a workaround. It wasn't a permanent fix for that issue. Permanent fix could have been to look for the component that spoiled in the motherboard and change it. But instead of doing that, they were changing the entire motherboard. Maybe because the cost implication of changing the entire architecture of that thing might be high. So that may be the reason. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are together.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are together. Hello.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are together.
Thank you. So we are saying then when any system has issue of that, what they do is, okay, they say the center now say, you know what, don't bother bringing the system again. Once we have verified this is a symptom that happened, lose the motherboard, bring it to us, then we give you a new motherboard, go back and fix. So long as you have technical people that can do that for you. And we are doing that for all the systems. All certified listen then systems, we are just carry the motherboard, drop it for them, pick a new motherboard. That is what we refer to as a known error. So I'm using a temporary way of managing that. So managing a known error, which yes, is that where I am? Which are problems where initial analysis has been completed. It usually means that the faulty component has been identified, but it has not been changed because maybe it has not been justified in terms of cost, risk, benefit analysis. Identification of potential permanent solution, which may result in a change request for implementation of such a solution, which is normally raised by problem manager, who did investigation and they want to issue the request for change, ROFC. Now, this ROFC will now be approved only if this can be justified in terms of cost, risk, benefit, and that is the reason why we say problem manager should not be the same person as change manager. Now, regularly reassessing the status of known errors that have not been resolved, including overall impacts on customers, on availability and cost of permanent solution and resolutions, and of course, effectiveness of the workarounds. The effectiveness of the workaround should be evaluated each time a workaround is used, as the workaround may be improved based on the assessment. Now, interface with other practices. The example of interfaces between problem management, between risk management, change enablement, knowledge, and continuous improvement are as follows. Problem management activity can be organized as a specific case of risk management, because problem focus on managing impact and likelihood, and that is what risk is all about, managing impact and likelihood of occurrence as well. Then implementation of problem solution is often outside the scope of problem management, but then into the scope of change management, using a change request. It's change request they use to move the implementation of solution into the domain of change management. Output from the problem management practice include information and documentation concerning known errors and workarounds. Of course, the two practices that use these records most is incident management and problem management activity. That's an exam question as well. Now, problem management activities can identify improvement opportunity in all the dimensions of your service management. All right? Are we together?
Can you repeat that last statement, please?
I says problem management activities can be identified as improvement, can identify improvement opportunities in all the dimensions of your service management. You can identify improvement in the quality of people you use, the skill set of the people, the tools that you use, the partners, improve the partners and suppliers you use, improve on the processes of doing things. Problem can identify those as, oh, it's a process that's causing this issue, is the partners, or is the technology that we're using, or is the skill set knowledge gap that is causing this. So once that's identified, we can now find a solution. For instance, providing a training like this is to close that knowledge gap that exists between the people and enjoying the application. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Then service desk. Somebody was asking me, service desk, like I said, service desk is a practice in ITIL. It's one of the 34 practices of ITIL is service desk. There's nothing like, we don't use anything that calls help desk as a practice in ITIL. So what is the purpose of a service desk? Now, the service desk is actually the custodian of all requests and all incidents.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so sorry for breaking or cutting you, sir. I just want to bring to your notice for those of us that are requesting for the certificate, the email box that is provided, we got message that the mailbox is full, so our mails are bouncing back. So I think maybe people on your end should help us do something about that. Most of us have been dropping our emails in the comment section here.
Okay.
I don't know if there's another admin with you there that can check the comment.
Thank you for the information. Sorry, that's noted. Yeah, point is well noted. So I don't know, FirstCentral team, Leko, is Leko around? Leko? Is anybody from FirstCentral around?
Yes, that's well noted. They're already working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that feedback.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. All right. So let's move on. Now, we're saying to capture demand for incident resolution and service requests, it should also, the service request should be the entry point and single point of contact for providers with all of its users. Service desk is the gateway between provider and the users of their services. Service desk captures demand for incidents. Service desk captures demand for other service requests. Service desk is somebody that's involved in engagement. Service desk is involved in communication. Very, very important. Service desk is a very important role in organization because it's the image carrier of the organization. And that's the reason why we make sure that we put quality people, smart people, intelligent people in service desk so that they do not go there to compromise the standard of the organization. A service desk is an informed link between the provider and the users of the service. All right? So a service desk must understand how to speak, how to communicate. Now, the value of a service desk provides a clear path for users to report issues, report queries, and report their requests, and have those issues acknowledged. That's the first point, is those requests must be acknowledged. Somebody says a request, oh, I can no longer send my mail. My mail is bouncing back. Oh, that is well acknowledged first. The first thing you try to do is, okay, can we classify who has responsibility to managing the mail in that regard? So they send to the person, classify, oh, it's a mail issue, it's a network issue, it's this issue, it has been classified. The service desk is there to own that particular action, to update people back and say that this issue has been resolved. That's why he say he has to own it. Service desk is also responsible for actioning by making sure that if it cannot be resolved, he guarantees that it's been escalated to higher authorities until it is addressed. So that's what a service desk does. So, of course, with increased automation and the gradual removal of technical depths from the service desk, the focus of a service desk is to provide support for people, for business, rather than to simply technical issues. So they are not tested on providing technical issues, but making sure they provide the communication needed when the users come in contact with our business. So that's why we said, yes?
You use
Any
this.
question? You say?
Let me see how it is. Don't like that. There's a fork here.
You don't like what? Can you mute yourself? Okay. Now, no matter how efficient or effective the service desks and the people supporting them are, there will always be issues that need escalation and underpinning support from other teams. That's why a service desk should be actively supported by the peers. So you must be supported by the people that are other layers where you are sending the issues. So sometimes you send and say, oh, this one your own is too much. Yes, service desk has to do that because he needs to have a service orientation mindset, service mindset, or service orientation mindset, customer orientation or service mindset, making sure that he stands to defend the interests of the users and customers. So service desk must be able to protect those people's interests by fighting, because people don't have access to the back end people, which of course is actually allowed. It's not a good practice for technical team to be reporting. Hello. Can you mute yourself, please? Anyway, we have a few minutes to close the class. So, all right. So let's go. We're saying that service desk plays a vital role in the delivery of service. Service desk must be actively supported by its peer groups, and it is also essential that to understand that the service desk has a great influence on users' perception of the service provided by the consumer, users' experience and the perception of the users when they come in contact with your services or the users, when they come in contact with the provider, service provider, or the application of the provider. Now, service desk also add value not simply through transactional ads, but having understanding of the impact the incident has on the business. So, on incident logging, but also understanding and acting on the business context of the actions they are taking. So, they're able to have understanding of how people feel. They have understanding of how incident can impact the users. So how that system will limit them from achieving their own objectives. So they act in that regard through the appropriate classification of incident and prioritization. Now, service desk can have different channels you can use to reach out to them. So service desk can be reached any company service desk can be reached through a phone. People can report to phone. Somebody can say, oh, I've sent a mail. Somebody say, I sent an SMS. I log on to your portal. I've sent the chat through your live chat. I've been able to walk in and report at your service desk. I came to your DC, have a walk-in service desk, text or social media messaging, public or corporate social media. Any of these can be used to report issues, report queries, report incidents, report your requests, and have them acknowledged. However, this is what we refer as a multi-channel, and service desk today, multi-channel was actually said it was a good practice, but today in service management, multi-channel is no longer a good practice. Rather, what is a good practice is called omni-channel. Omni-channel means that all the channels of the service desk should be integrated into the same system in such a way that if somebody make a call, the person receiving the call is documenting it in the same database where the mail that they are sending is going, in the same place where what is logged in the portal is also going, in the same place where working customers are queuing in what the person have reported. That's what we refer to as omni-channel. So omni-channel is a better service desk approach than a multi-channel approach. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. So omni-channel means that all your channels are integrated together as a unit. That's what it means to have an omni-channel. So, of course, with increased automation, artificial intelligence, your chatbots, it is service desks are moving to provide a more service logging and decision issue. This reduces the phone contact and minimizes the low-level work. We call it low-level work. Password reset is referred to as low-level work, enabling the service desk to focus on enabling quality customer experience when personal contact is needed. So they are able to provide that. So people can, oh wow, FirstCentral is a superb option to work with. So that's what we are trying to create as well. The same thing, you as a lender, people should have such experience when they come in contact with your service. Now, service desks have different structures. We have what we refer to as centralized structure, meaning that you are delivering from the same central point. Let's say, for instance, you have let's say a Keystone Bank, for instance, may have all the branches scattered all over, but their IT department reside in their head office. So that means they have a centralized place where all information, for instance, their end of day or beginning of day, all this is run from the same head office, from the same point. So they can have a centralized system in that way. They might have support teams that they send to each of the departments, but those support teams also report to the head office. as well. So a tangible team working in a single location, that is what we refer to as a centralized team or virtualized team, allowing agents to work from multiple locations geographically dispersed. A virtualized service desk requires a more sophisticated supporting technology involving more complex routing and escalation channels. So with that, people can log in, people can have what is called follow the sun approach of service desk in such a way that people in the daytime will also support those in the night, while those in the once they enter their night, the other people enter their day, they start supporting the other people. That is what you refer to as follow the sun approach of service management. That is possible through a visualized service management, service desk structure. All right, are we together?
Yes.
We are together.
Thank you.
We are together.
Thank you. So the service desk should be the empathic and informed link. Please mute yourself. Once you say you are together, you can mute yourself and we continue to enjoy ourselves. Now, the service desk should be the empathic and informed link between the service provider and the users of that particular service. It's not just a link. Don't see yourself as a link because you are playing service. You are an informed link. When you start saying every time they ask you a question, the default answer is I don't know. I don't know. That means you are just a link. You are not an informed link. But the service there should be an informed link. You should have a proper understanding of what is happening within organization, but provide information based on what you are authorized to provide information on. So you can let people know that time, but not that, oh, you are running out of application, you are not aware. Anyone that do, you are not aware. Anyone say, I don't know. Me or more. So no, we are saying, Oga Service Desk, please try and understand what is happening around your environment. So service desk staff expected to have some of these qualities. What are those qualities? Excellent customer service skills such as empathy. They should be able to place themselves in the shoes of the users that are having challenge. So that's when they act and chase the people at the support team and say, please, customers are complaining. Customers are going through challenges, difficulties. Please provide this solution. It's not a time to relax and watch movies at the back end of our office when the customers are complaining outside there. So they must have excellent customer service skills such as empathy. They must have incident analysis and prioritizing skills to understand how an incident can impact the users or the organization consuming the services and prioritize incident based on such an impact, based on business impact. Then they must have effective communication skills. A service desk must show effective communication skills. They must know how to speak. They must know how to write. Yes, that is why we sometimes notice that they don't like technical people to talk to customers. Why? Because in most cases, technical people do not have the they don't have the patience of a service desk or a relationship manager. Relationship manager can come and receive insults from clients and is still present until the money enters the account. But a technical person who believes is so much knowledgeable will always want to tell you when you say, you don't know anything. I change them for me, I change them. Me, I know they take that shit too. So you can only do that when you do not understand the impact of losing a particular customer. But when you understand the impact of losing a customer, somebody that borrowed money from you today, that borrowed 1 million, tomorrow can come back and request for 10 million. That's the truth of the matter. So that's such a person who has an account with you and maintain an account of 50,000 can come tomorrow and account can increase to 100 million, can increase to 10,000, 10 million I mean. So again, what that means is that we must manage every single customer that comes to our doorstep. But technical people in most cases, they are not able to do that. That's the essence of ITIL. ITIL is trying to bridge the role or that gap between technical people and the business. That is the essence of IT. IT is more like a business school. It tries to bridge the gap between technical and the business so that the technical people should think the way business thinks. That's the only way. All right, so services must show emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, you don't pass aggression. So you are coming back and somebody just make you angry, you pour it on the customers that are calling your line. No, you don't do that. Maybe you have been, maybe you are such a man that your wife has just finished beating you. So you are resuming work after receiving some beating from your wife, and you carry the anger and pour on the customers as a man. No, that's not allowed. Are we together?
From the husband, not from the wife.
Is the only husband that beat wife, Oga? Wife beat husband too.
We are not aware.
Okay.
That
is great too.
It's vice versa.
But he's telling you now. If you are not aware before, he's telling you now.
That is awkward. Now.
So if you have not heard, so it's vice versa. Whether it's the man that beats the woman or the woman that beats the woman, we are saying that do not transfer the aggression to our customers, our users.
Why not the beat man?
Okay. All right. So please manage your aggression. And that is why a service desk manager should be able to look at their staff and understand the emotion of their staff. When they are not in good state, take them out. Don't allow them to relate with customers at that time. Those who are in a good state of mind are the ones expected to talk to customers. If not, they will chase away all our customers, and we don't want that to happen. Are we together?
American spec.
Yes, sir. Right on.
Yes, all right.
Yes, together. Not popular.
Thank you. Thank you. The key skills of service desk staffs. Now, to be fully. Sorry, mute, please. To be able to fully understand and diagnose a specific incident in terms of the business priority and to take appropriate action to getting those issues resolved using all the dimensions of service management is the work of a service desk. So what are the dimensions of service management? The availability of skills, knowledge, people, process, and make sure they are properly coded. That's what we refer to as the dimensions of your service management. Is that okay? Okay. At least thank God we're able to reach here. Service level managers. So even if we didn't close, even if we didn't finish the class. SLM. SLM is one of the best practices I love so much. SLMs, I love them. They are so dear to me. Why? Because SLMs they have set, what do I believe? The purpose of service level management is to set a clear business-based target. Go to the point. Go to the point. What is the point? The relationship I am having with you, what's the business? Where is it going? After dating somebody for 10 years, what is the purpose? Where is it ending? If it's not ending anywhere, drop the man and go and marry. That's what we're saying. No need of wasting your time on somebody that doesn't know where he's going. Business-based targets. Don't play a football team that entertains people without a trophy. Business-based targets. Are we together?
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
so the SLM is saying that the purpose of service level management is to set a clear business-based target for service performance so that the delivery of a service can be properly assessed, can be properly monitored, can be properly managed against the set targets. So this SLM sets a clear business-based targets. The SLMs are responsible for negotiating and drafting the service level agreement. Now, what is a service level agreement? A service level agreement is a documented agreement between a provider of a service and a customer that identifies both the services required by the customer and the expected level of service based on what service in the service catalog of the provider. Are we together? Based on the service catalog of the provider. Now, the catalog is talking about the live services. That is why you cannot draft an SLA that does not reference service in the service catalog of the provider. So there must be mention of the services in the catalog of the provider in the SLA. That is what qualifies it as an SLA. So SLA will tell us the service and the requirement to consume that service. So what is the requirement in terms of the technical, in terms of the financial requirement for consumption of the service? That's why we create two layers of a catalog as an organization. We have the ones that we make available to our consumers and also the one that's available to internal people in terms of meeting up with the technical requirement of providing that particular service. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes.
All right. Now, the service level manager, management activity. Of course, this practice involves a definition of service levels. It involves documentations of service level. It involves active management of service levels. The service level management provides an end-to-end visibility of the service delivery. All the service of the organizations is the service level manager is a custodian of the services of the organization. Organizations exist because they have such products or such resources to deliver the services. So, and that's the reason that this person is a key person to the organizations. Now, to achieve this, service level manager establishes a shared view of the services and the target service levels with the customers. These are the services we have. Now, and these are expected level of service performance we can offer you using these particular services. That is one of the things that the companies will do when they come in contact with you during the time of onboarding, when we do what we call drive stakeholder value. There's a course in intermediate we call drive stakeholder value. We look at customer 7-step customer journey that we do. Yes, we're able to look at those things. So the service level management provides an end-to-end visibility of the auction services. To achieve the service level management, establish a shared view of the services, the target service levels with customers. The service level manager ensures that auction meets the defined service levels through a collection, through analysis, through storage, through reporting of the relevant metrics for the identified services. That's why you say, oh, can we see your percentage availability or all the operational metrics that you have, business metrics and so on. We're going to look at all the metrics there as well. Now, the service level manager performs review to ensure that the current state of the service continues to meet the need of the organization and the customers. That's why you can say, oh, what kind of reports are you generating? First, I can say, okay, what kind of report are you generating? So I say, no, based on what you need. This report might not suit what you need. Can you check this report? Okay, you know what? I will offer you this report at the same price of this one just for 1 week or this particular month. Try it and see if it meets your demand, then this amount you'll be paying going forward. So, but I'm giving it for you to see in that regard. That is what we refer to as creating a moment of truth in service management. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they perform service reviews to ensure that the current state of service continue to meet the needs of the auction and the customers. Then they also capture and report on service issues, including performance against defined service levels. So this was what we expected, and this was the service level we agreed. We check whether we are meeting up in those levels. So that is the role of a service level manager. Now, okay, now what are the skill sets that is expected of a staff that should fit into the role of a service level manager? The person must demonstrate relationship management skills. The person should be an open-minded person. The person should be that the person in the office does not scare people. It should be an objective person who is open to listening to people from internal and external perspective. When the relationship managers goes out and they have challenge and they come, it's a customer is requesting for so and so service, can we offer it? The person they are running to is a service level manager. This is what customer ABCD is requesting for. Is this something we can offer? Service level manager can now look at the service catalog. If it's not in the catalog, it goes on to service portfolio to check in this portfolio on the service in the service pipeline or in the development phase or retired services to conclude if it's something they can offer or not. So they must have that relationship management skills. They must have a business liaison skills. They must show business analysis. They have understanding of how people want to use the service and how it's going to aid them to achieve their own business objective. They must have a proper understanding of commercial and supplier management because they are relating with people, relating with partners, internal people, business units, in making sure that all resources are coordinated to deliver the expected value. Of course, the practice requires a pragmatic focus on the whole service and not simply on the constituent parts. Simply individual metrics such as percentage system of availability should not underline that place. Should not be taken to represent whole service. Is there anybody talking? Is there any comment? Is there any comment? Okay. Now, please, thank you.
Saturday da Sunday. Ko kuma ana wani abu. Tabbata za ka tabbatar da shi dan ya riga ya gama. Kawai yana can a cikin shi kawai.
Abeg, can you mute yourself?
Can you please mute your mic? Mute your mic.
All right. Now, The practice of an SLM requires pragmatic focus on the entire service, not on constituent components. So many people that deliver services now that focus on constituent, they will always come to arguments of when the customer say my service is not meeting value, they say no. The first point of a provider that does not focus on the end-to-end visibility of the service is to attack the customer back. And that's not correct. So no matter how a customer complain, you have to listen to your customers. Somebody want to borrow money from you, it's also your customer. Don't forget that the person is in the need of that money that time to chase a particular thing. That person tomorrow can come back and give you more opportunity. And remember, as a financial institution, one of the areas you make money is in lending. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
yes. So if you are not talk bad and abuse the customer and tell the customer, I said, I am not meeting up. This is not what I want. This is not this. I say, no, you insult the person, abuse the person, or challenge the person. Tell the person, you know what you are doing. You know my word. At the end of the day, customer leaves you and go. You are not doing well for the organization. So that's why I say, don't judge the success of a service from one source or one component. What are those sources we can use to measure the success of a service? Let's look at them together. Now, number one is customer engagement. Customer engagement is one of the critical things you use to gather information you use in managing services. Number one, then, as a relationship manager or a service level manager or a support staff, now the first thing you need to do is devote or build the attitude of listening. Now, customer engagement starts from listening. So it involves listening to discover and also information captures on which to base metrics, on which to base your measurements and an ongoing progress discussion. So listen to the pain point of the customers first. Understand what the pain point is. It might be a little twist you need to do to your service and the value will be delivered to them. But when you do not listen, the first point is to attack them back, not to defend them. No, I don't want to accept that I am, we can't say I am the one at fault. So no, I will never accept that I'm at fault. Now, the customer can say, no problem. You will not accept your fault, no problem. You have won. You can win the battle, battle, but you lose the war. You win that argument, but the customer can walk away and go to another customer to borrow the money and go. So in order to avoid that, always listen. Always listen first. Customer feedback ideally gathered from a number of sources, both formal and informal gathered. In most cases, we get more vital information even through informal process than formal process. Some of the people who trust your service can tell you the truth about the performance of your service even when you are going bad, so you'll be able to know how to amend the solution even before they report it officially. So that informal discussion is very, very important that we act on it when we receive those informal discussions and also formal discussions. So you can do surveys, business key business related measures, which are measures agreed between the provider of a service and the customers based on what the customer values as being important. Of course, that's how we can now gauge the success of a service. Now look at operational metrics. Operational metrics is what most of our IT. Is there any IT person here? Do I have any IT person on this call?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if
Yes,
your organization, thank you. If
Yes,
organization come to you, if organization come to you and tell you the service you are delivering is not meeting my expectation, say you are not delivering according to, what do you do? How do you defend that service you are providing? What are your defense? Are we here?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Olabayawa from Capital Market. I
From
think
where?
from Capital Market Microfinance Bank.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
think the very first thing, if the customers or maybe my internal customers starts complaining that, okay, I am not meeting some requirements, I need to know, first of all, we need to be clear about the things that they require of me to do, to accomplish.
Yes.
So I will now be
Exactly.
able to know what I need to change, what I need to adjust, what I need to, where I need to make corrections, and then we'll be able to move forward from there. They can't just tell me, well, I'm not performing well. What are your indices for letting me know that I'm not performing well, I'm not doing my duties well? We need to clear that first, then we know how to move forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, when they ask you and say, let's hold a meeting, there's a review meeting going on between your department and the business or the external customers, and say, come with your defense that your service is delivering. What do you come with? Have you had a case like that where you say, hold on, where you say maybe, oh, your network is bad or your service is poor, come and prove to us your service is mean. Have you come to a defense like that before? What do you go to such a defense with?
Yes, I can. I've not faced issues like that, but some other issues that we faced like that, we have been able to solve it within a short time. So yes, I can. Yes, of course, no system is perfect like that. No, there is no system that is perfect, but we are all humans. And the other time when you were talking about automation and the rest of it, yes, there always be a human factor in all these things. So yes, there might be some downtime once in a while, but the only thing is that, okay, yes, I can assure you that, okay, maybe our downtime should not be maybe once in a month or something like that. So yes, maybe if it happens 2 times, 3 times in a month, yes, okay, I know it's my fault at that level, but again, there'll be some human errors in one way or the other, so they should be able to bear with us, and within a short while, within a day, they should be able to resolve the issue and they'll be able to move on.
Okay, thank you so much. I love the way you've explained this. Now, what we are saying in essence is that most of the IT people, technology-minded people, when they come to defense of your service going good, what they come with, number one, is system availability, incident response and resolution times, mean time to fix issues, change requests and processing times, system response times. That is what you come with to defense. True of us?
True, because your network, you have your network logbook.
Yes, that thing is what we call it low-level indicator of a success of a service. But that's what you are shouting. Yes, look at my personal availability. I have checked my system, my monitoring tool. This is working. This is why saying, Oga, that is a low-level gauge of the success of your service you are delivering. Those things might be up 100%. When you do an weighted average of what is contribute to service delivery, it might be 20%. The other 80% is there. What is that 80%? Business metrics. So a business metrics can be any business activity that is deemed useful or valuable by the customer and is used as a means of gauging the success of a business. If you don't learn anything from training today, these 3 days, this is the ultimate thing you should take home from this training. Are we together? As a support staff, that your mean time to restore and all the diagram and charts you are carrying is not a justification that your service is meeting the need of the consumer. All those things can be up, but it's not meeting the need of the consumer. The next question is, can we now check why is it not meeting the need of the consumer? Let's say, for instance, you have engaged a service or a bandwidth size that is lower than what you needed. Maybe a bandwidth size, somebody needs a company that's engaged maybe 10 staffs, and say, okay, I need my 10 Mbps. Staffs, you're using that service, and then you grow up, and the network has now, your staff strength has reached 200 staffs. You are using the same 10 Mbp bandwidth staff. What will happen to the service? Will it be giving you optimal value?
No, it will not.
Are we together? It will not. So, but for you, thank you. So, but as a technical person, if you do not pay attention to understand what the point is, you will just be saying, I am meeting up my SLA. SLA can be meeting, but you have not gone back to tell them the reason why service is not meeting up their need. You need to understand why is the service I'm providing not meeting the need of my people, because they are not satisfied with the need. Say, oh God, maybe the bandwidth is low compared to what you're supposed to use. This is what you can use. And you can even recommend a bigger bandwidth and give them a free service of 1 week to test, to see. When they now test, oh, this is okay, this is what, okay, based on that, you can say, oh, now we understand what the problem is. They can now make justification on the reason why they should increase the bandwidth to their own management. That is one of the ways of creating a moment of truth in service management as well. Are we together?
Yes,
are we
we are
together?
following.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So now, again, the key requirement for a service level agreement is the service level agreement SLA must be related to defined service in the service catalog. If it is not one of your service you are offering, then it's not. It's just a useless document without a purpose. So every SLA must reference the product of that organization or the service of that organization in the service catalog of the organization. Otherwise, they are simply individual metrics without a purpose that do not provide any adequate visibility or reflect the service perspective. Now, they should relate to defined outcome. Services should be linked to an outcome. What do you want to do with the service? That's why in the focus on value dimension of service, we ask who is the consumer of a service as the first question, and what do they want to do with the service? How do they want to use the service? What will the service help them to achieve? Those are the things. What is the impact of cost and risk on my service they are consuming? So that's why we says that they should relate to define outcomes and not simply operational metrics as well. Okay, this can be achieved with a balanced bundle of metrics such as customer satisfaction and key business outcomes. So don't focus on operational metrics as the only tool to measure the achievement of your of the outcomes. They should reflect an agreement. SLA is not something you dump on somebody. SLA is something you negotiate. There is a back and forth until an acceptable level of agreement is reached between provider and the consumer of the service. So it should reflect an agreement. Of course, engagement and discussion between the provider and the consumer need to happen before we now settle for what works for each party in terms of both the requirement of a services and as well as both technical and financial requirement of that service and the expected service levels and even how it will be monitored. Now, it is important to involve all the stakeholders, including partners, sponsors, users, and customers when you are drafting the SLA. Don't draft SLA alone without involving all parties involved in delivery of the services. Now, they must be simply written and easy to understand and use for all parties. SLAs are written with clear language, not common language. In case you are writing exam, you may meet that in examination. They say SLAs are not written with common language, rather they are written with simple language, not common language. They are not the same thing. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay. They should not. All right. They must be written easy to understand and used for all parties. They should not use a single system-based metrics to reflect the achievement of the objectives. As targets can be. Okay, please mute your mic. As targets can result in a misalignment and disconnect between service partners regarding the success of a service delivery and the user's experience. So users can be saying experience is poor, but provider can be saying my service is actually delivering the optimal value. So there's going to be that divergence, and that's what I repeat. That's what we call a watermelon effect. When the service, the metrics you're using to measure a service shows green, but the outcome of a service from the consumer perspective is showing red. So it's called a watermelon effect in service management. Service request management. Okay. Now, service request is one of the things that is performed by a service desk. Service desk has the role of incident management, role of service request, handles all complaints and requests. So that's why we need to make sure we define what a request means. What is a request? A request from a user or user's authorized representative that initiates a service action which has been agreed as normal part of a service delivery. If, for instance, that a financial institution can write FirstCentral, please kindly add so person as one of the people that will be conducting credit search on your platform. When you send that request, what happened? Is FirstCentral supposed to create the person? Hello? Okay, have you muted everybody?
Sir, please, come again.
Thank you. When you send a request, let's say as a lending institution who is a subscriber of FirstCentral Credit Bureau, you can send a request and say, I want to add a user to fetch credit reports for your portal. for our organization. Is that possible? A new staff have joined a credit
Yes,
unit.
yes, it is possible. Yes.
It's possible, yes.
It's possible. Okay, thank you. Now, when you send that mail to FirstCentral, the person that is sending the mail can send on behalf of another staff. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. That person sending itself is sending as authorized representative of that organization. While they are not creating the user. All right. So the user that FirstCentral is creating now, are they supposed to charge you money to create the user?
No, sir.
Why are they supposed to charge you? So
because
why should they not
an
charge you?
agreement it's still the same company. It's still the
Thank
same.
you. Because it is a normal part of their service delivery that you have signed in the SLA. So you have right to request to remove some staffs, add some staffs. Maybe some people have resigned. You can say, okay, deactivate so and so person, then create this new person. Because it's a normal part of your service delivery. FirstCentral is offering to you as documented in the SLA. That's why I say a request from a user or a user's authorized representatives that initiate a service action which has been agreed as normal part of a service delivery. Is that okay? That's a request. Yes. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, then sir. What is the purpose of a service request? Now, the essence of service request is to support the agreed quality of a service, by handling all predefined or user-initiated service requests in an effective and user-friendly manner. All what you have said we will fulfill as part of our service delivery to you as an organization, as FirstCentral, for instance, we want to make sure we fulfill them anytime you place a request. When you say, okay, just send a request. Okay, can you update my record and send a request to update the record? Create user, send a request. Okay. Now, but when you say, okay, I need, let's say, I need a batch report, for instance, or I need a PMR to be generated for me for last quarter. Is this supposed to be part of your normal service delivery FirstCentral should give to you?
No.
Okay.
On their platform, you can go.
It depends on the SLA. It depends on the SLA. If it is part of the SLA.
Thank you.
But if it's not part of the SLA, you have to pay for that.
You have to pay for that. If it is not normal part of your service, they have documented in the SLA. That's what I'm saying. So that's a very, very perfect answer. So, okay. So that's a service request. So the purpose of service request management is to ensure that the agreed quality of service is delivered by handling all predefined or user-initiated or service requests in an effective and user-friendly manner. Now, there are different kinds of service requests. Like I asked somebody, changing a toner, for instance, is it an incident? From what you have done now, your toner finished while you're printing. Is it an incident?
It's not an incident.
Okay. So because why is it
not an incident? It's
not an incident. Thank you. Thank you. So changing toner is not an incident. What of paper jam that the printer can no longer print? Is it an incident?
To some extent, yes.
No,
yes.
Paper jam is a problem. It's an incident.
Yes, it's an incident.
This Oga is still calling it a problem after this class.
An incident.
Sorry.
It's an incident.
An incident.
That's an incident.
It is an incident. All right. It is an incident. So if there is a paper jam, if there's changing of toner, is a request. Is a request. It is not an incident. The printer is working. The printer is not faulty. The day you put ink or toner, the printer will deliver. If there's no ink, if there's no toner, printer will not deliver. So you know that the printer, in some cases, it will even give you notification, like he mentioned, that the toner is about to finish. Sometimes you can go there to reach on the dashboard of your printer you installed. It will tell you the percentage of the cartridge or the toners or ink that remain on that particular printer. So it's not an incident, it's a request. So a request for a service delivery action, providing a report or replacement of a toner is a request, it's not an incident. Onboarding of a staff, is it an incident? No.
No.
Onboarding of a staff.
No.
Okay.
Onboarding of a staff is a request.
It's a request.
It's a service request.
Okay, what of access?
And sometimes it might be a problem because if the staff involved in fraud, is it not a problem? Is it an incident?
I don't know the first and foremost, I don't know what is a problem. I know of incidents. Because you cannot call something a problem you have not investigated.
Yes.
Okay. So,
all right, sir.
Okay. All right. So what we are saying is that a request for information, please, can you show me how to create this folder or how to have access to this particular folder? Or can you tell me when is the closing time of work? Can you tell me when is the session time as a new staff? Can you tell me when is a break time? These are all service requests. They are all requests. So a request for information to create a document or what hours of office are. Of course, a request for provision of a resource or a service, providing a laptop, provision of a laptop, a phone, virtual server, developing server, or thereabout. Now, request for access to a resource or information, providing access to a file. Say, oh, can we have the recorded version, recorded class? Said, okay, you can send the class, the recorded version, but say, please, I still cannot access it. Okay, oh, there's a password to it until we give you the password. That's a request. A complaint or a compliment about a new interface or compliment to a support team, these are all service requests. So we should be able to know how to differentiate a request from an incident. Request is not an incident. And some of your requests can be fulfilled as a standard change. Take note of that. Are we together? All right. So, all right, service request fulfillment. Fulfillment of a service request may include changes to services or their components. Okay, we have 6 minutes to go. So, all right, so we may be closing after this particular one, such that continual improvement and few other ones, we can talk about that next time when we meet, maybe in other subsequent engagements. So service request fulfillment. Fulfillment of a service request may include changes to services or their component. Usually these are standard changes. These are what? Standard changes. Most of the request fulfillment can be treated as a standard change. Service request and is a normal. They are not degradation of a service. They are not incidents. Service requests should be predefined and also pre-agreed. They can usually be, they can as well be formalized. There could usually be a formalized approach of making such requests. For instance, there should be a proper channel of requesting for users to be added in the platform with a clear standard procedure for initiation, for approval, for fulfillment, or for management. Or there should be a process of requesting to updating the record you have submitted to credit bureau. So that's a service request, but there should be a formal process of request. Anybody cannot just walk up from the bank and send to the credit bureau and say, okay, please update this record without following a process. Now, the steps to fulfilling the request should be well known, proven, allowing the provider of a service to agree time that is sufficient to fulfill and provide a clear communication to users. Service requests may have some different levels of workflow. They have simple workflows. For instance, when is the closing time and the answer workflow ends there. Simple workflow. All right. It can be quite complex, like onboarding of a staff. Normally, when a staff is resuming, HR is supposed to contact the department is going to be resuming. Of course, contact the admin people to get maybe ID or card, contact security people, contact logistic people, contact security. I mean, all different departments. You know how you do onboarding of a staff to make sure that the staff is comfortable when they are resuming. Of course, not providing those things can make a staff to have a bad impression of that organization. So that's why we must make sure all the parties are involved in setting up that particular employee. So, and again, service requests can also be completely fulfilled by automation from submission to closure, which allows us to have a complete self-service experience. And again, client service installation or provision of a virtual server can be done with automation right now. Now, with the emergence of cloud computing, we realize that most of the developers that used to come to IT operation to request for server for development, they don't need to do that. They go to cloud and click a request for space, and then they give them with a click of button, and they can start their development journey. Now, service request authorization. Some service requests requires authorization according to the financial information or security or other policies of the organization, while some other requests may not need any authorization. Of course, to be handled successfully, service request management should follow the following recommendations or guidelines. Now, a service request and their fulfillment should be standardized, and it should be automated to the greatest degree possible. Policies should be established regarding what service requests will be fulfilled with limited or even no additional approval. Of course, this essence of this for us to streamline the fulfillment workflow. Now, the expectations of users regarding fulfillment time should be clearly set based on what the provider can realistically deliver. So do not underpromise and do not overpromise and underdeliver. So you have to promise what is within your capacity to deliver. Opportunity for improvement should also be identified and improved and implemented to produce a faster fulfillment times and, of course, to take advantage of automation. Policies and workflow should be included for the documenting and redirecting of any requests that are submitted as a request, a service request, but which should actually be managed as incident or as a change. Any question? Any question? Any question? Any question? Okay, answer this question if you don't have anyone for me. We have 2 minutes to go. Let's answer the question so we can close. It's what? What the answer? I told you 2 needs that you must balance. What are the 2 needs you must balance?
1 and 4. D.
3 and 4.
Okay.
3 and 4.
All right. Now, yes, the answer is 3 and 4. You are correct. The need to make beneficial changes and need to protect customers from adverse effects of the change. Sorry, who is helping us? How does categorization of incident assist incident categorization? Incident management, I mean. How does categorization assist? What is categorization of incidents? Do you understand? Do you know what is incident category?
Yes, my name is Blessing from BC Cashman for Finance Bank. The answer is A.
Fantastic.
This is the answer is A. It helps to direct the incidents to
correct.
Yeah, I align with them.
All right. Okay, which is not usually included. I know I mentioned this. Included as part of incident management. Let me know those who are in class.
My name is Mary from Crystal Finance. Detailed procedure for the diagnosis of this.
God bless you.
Yes,
Thank
I
you
concur
so
too. The answer is
Thank you. Now, what should be included in every service level agreement? SLMs.
C. Clearly defined service.
Clearly defined service absence.
Fantastic. All right, so that's actually where we may need to stop, right? Because it's already 2 o'clock.
C is the answer.
So far so good. So we have been able to cover majority of what the only thing remaining there is just about 3-4 practices, just one major practice which is continual improvements and a few other ones. So we've done a good justice to this course, and we believe that this can actually contribute a great deal in enhancing the way you do this with your organization. So want to say thank you for this opportunity to be with us during this period. And I trust that most of you will be present in the physical event tomorrow. I hope you have registered. Have we already started?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we hope to see
Yes,
tomorrow.
we have.
We hope to see tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead. Who is speaking?
Okay, my name is Omo from Support Financials.
Okay.
I would like to appreciate your time, your efforts, and everything. All that I actually got a lot. Although this is not originally my field, I studied mass comm, but I'm into financial house now, and I really got a lot from this class. I want to say thank you. You are really appreciated. But also, I'd love to get your full name, Mr. Apollos. I'd love
Yes.
to have full name.
Mr. Apollos. Do you need the full name or you need the contact? Which one do you want? Want to
We
check
need
up?
the name and the contact.
Contact and the name.
The full name and the contact.
The name, sir. The contact and the name.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Mr. Apollos Uwoma. And then, yes, my contacts. Let me give you my contact. Actually, I'm from Map Technology. If you go to Map Technology, www.maptechandservices.com, you will see me there. And my phone number, with the permission of FirstCentral, if they permit me. FirstCentral, do you permit I share the number?
Mr. Apollos.
I trust Zohalit. I trust Mary. You are permitted.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Mr. Apollos is actually a great one. Excellent delivery. In fact, you made us, the FirstCentral family, proud the way you handled the class, which aligned with the theme of our Global Credit Connect event, which is themed Excellent Service. So the way you excellently delivered the course is wow. Honestly, so impactful, engaging, interactive. I was just enjoying the comment, the way everybody was speaking, want to participate from all, starting from the first day. 3 days course, 3 days training is not a joke. It's not a joke, but from day one to this day, it's been so engaging, and we're so happy that we put up this this training under FirstCentral platform. Thank you so much. We are so happy to be in partnership with you, and also opportunity of having you be one of the sponsors of our 20th year in business. Thank you so much. We also pray that your own business grows. So for those of us participants, can we just say thank you, Mr. Apollos?
Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we need the material.
Thank
The
you.
material, please, can we get a soft copy?
Sir, can we get
Don't
soft copy of the
forget to send the
material?
materials to us.
Thank you so
Who
much.
get the
Able to
materials?
send
no.
Thank
Able
you,
to send
Concentra.
certificate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so they also another way
Forget to help us to send the materials like
don't worry.
Thank you so much. From
Please,
to
we will need the material and
Please, let's
certificate of
allow Mary to
participation.
speak.
Recordings.
Okay, so another way we want to see you say thank you is to go to your social media page, FirstCentral page, just tag, say thank you for the success of the ITIL version 4 training. Just you can say one of the things you learned, some of the things you're going to apply to your life. You can also Map Technology, look out for their site and also tag them. So for those asking for his contact, please, you can send us a request, FirstCentral Credit Bureau. We will give you that. We'll send that to you. It's not something we want to give out here. Then please, our customer, one of the things we want to achieve from this event is to have a closer relationship, a close interaction with our customers, close collaboration with all of you. And that is why we started our celebration this way. So, and want to see it translate to more usage so that we can stay in business, so that next year we will come out bigger with mega trainings free of charge, fully paid by FirstCentral Credit Bureau and other of our sponsors. So please, we want to see it translate to more usage. And like some of us noted, stated during the previous days, that's the 1 and the 2, we raised so many concerns. Please, can we unmute? Sorry.
It's just, he observed that he
please. Thank you. Can we unmute our mic? All right, thank you. Please, can we unmute so that I can just pass the information? Oh, I hope you've not muted me. Okay, so like I was saying, we want to see it translate to more usage of our platform. Then those of us that raise one issue or the other, please, that is why we are doing this. So we'll have more interaction with all our customers scattered all over the country. Please, you can reach out to us through your relationship manager. Each of our customers has relationship manager. Each bank has relationship, whether you're from the financial or non-financial, we have managers that manage you in FirstCentral Credit, but you can send us mail through support or email or sales. Whatever mail you send to sales, be rest assured that people will respond to it promptly. So whatever big concerns that you raised, please just mail us. We will respond to it. That is why I heard him talk about continuous improvement, and that is what we are trying to achieve via this platform. Then lastly, one of the things I want to say is that tomorrow event, like he's highlighted, please feel free to come. For those of us that have registered, come early, be punctual, because a lot of things will be going down tomorrow. A lot of sections in cybersecurity, credit risk management, artificial intelligence, entertainment, a lot. You know, we are celebrating. It's our 20th year in business, so we have a lot to celebrate. So be early, and I promise you, you won't regret it. Then for others asking for, certificate of participation, do mail us, put your full name, your organization, send the mail through your official email so that we know that is actually coming from those that were part of this training. Then we will attend to it. After our event, you are going to get certificates sent, e-copy sent to you. So that is all from FirstCentral Credit Bureau. Once again, thank you so much for your active participation. Thank you for taking out your time and being here for 3 days. We are not taking it for granted. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Did you mute everybody? I can't hear anything. They are talking. Can you unmute?
Bye. We appreciate.
Thank you very much. We appreciate.
Bye.
You didn't talk of the material.
See you some other
See you
time.
tomorrow.
Bye.
The material.
Tomorrow.
Send the training materials.
Thank you,
To
Madam
get here,
Mary.
what's the address?
Thanks,
What's the mail
everyone.
address? What's the mail address?
Training material. Training material,
Hotel.
please.
Oriental Hotel,
No,
VM.
not that. The mail we're supposed to send. Once your address, the address you put on the board, we'll put it up, but
It's
it's rejected.
working now. It's working
rejected.
now. Yes, it's working now.
Okay, so can you send us the training materials?
That is
we need it.
communications at FirstCentral.
So what time tomorrow? What time tomorrow?
Yes, sir. What time? 10 a.m. prompt.
Okay.
Yes, 10 a.m.
So
Don't
can
worry,
you send us the training slides?
We didn't have that negotiation with the vendor, but we will try to have that. You know, it costs a lot, so we will do that later. But for the recorded event, which be rest assured you will get them.
Any idea of the closing time?
Production team, you will get them. Sure.
Closing period for tomorrow.
Man, the email we should write to. The email we should write, send the
communications at FirstCentral Credit Bureau is on the chat. Communications at FirstCentral Credit Bureau is working now. All right.
What will be the closing time for tomorrow?
Latest by 1 or 2. We'll be done. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See you at Oriental Hotel tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you. We'll be there live.
Bye.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much.
So till you soon. I need to